The trouble with off-roaders is that no one ever takes them off-road. I mean, why? It's what they're for. And the best of them are very, very good at it.
So what we've done is brought the new Toyota Land Cruiser and three of its fiercest rivals, the Land Rover Defender, the Mercedes G-Wagon and the Ineos Grenadier, to here, the middle of nowhere, to figure out which one is best.
And we're going to do that by putting them through some tests. Where do you want to start?
Seeing as you've got your wellies on,
I have.
I think we should go swimming. Smooth as butter.
Oh, that was it. Now, before we get into that, a quick bit of housekeeping. Instead of taking them to a pre-prepared off-road track, we've headed to our favourite public access byways in the depths of Wales. This is rugged terrain, miles from anywhere, full of watery trenches, rocky slopes and plenty more. All the cars are wearing tyres available direct from the manufacturer. In every case, they're optional off-road tyres. The only thing we did was remove some air to give us a bit more friction and squish in the sidewalls.
And reduce the risk of punctures. Isn't that right, Oliver? Moving on, what we're going to do is see which one delivers the most satisfying way of getting about off-road, because these four cars have a variety of different ways of delivering on their mechanical abilities. We've also fully prepared ourselves. Basically, we brought wellies and sugary snacks.
I was always told that if you had to do a water crossing and there was an alternative, you should use it because you can do a lot of damage going across water. But this Land Cruiser should do about 700 millimetres of wading depth, and you should enter a water crossing slowly and then be quite positive with your throttle, so you create a little bow wave in front of you. As we are doing now, though, this car should wade to about 700 millimetres. We just confidently and positively drive through the water. And you know what? The Toyota just aces it. This is easy for this kind of car. And I've just got it in 4 low with the centre diff locked. No problems.
So let's go and have a little go through the wade in the Grenadier, shall we? Right, off we go. I'm in wading mode, which disables the parking sensors, turns off the seatbelt warning, turns off the heated seats and switches off the fans, otherwise you'd pull extra water in to the radiators, and we're just going to go for a little splash around. This is good, isn't it? Yes. Oh, that just makes mincemeat out of all of that, doesn't it? No issues whatsoever. What a laugh. But all rather easy for the Grenadier.
Hello.
Hello. The Grenadier made mincemeat of that. You can take the Defender through.
Yes.
What you can do?
I don't really have to do anything because it just, you put it in terrain response and off you pop.
Yeah.
Though I do have air suspension. So
you're the only one here with it. You're going to stick a bit of lift in.
Here we go. I'm going higher.
Yeah, yeah.
And this car weirdly does have, it's got wade sensors in the chassis, so if it gets wet, it'll go up anyway. So I didn't really need to do that.
Okay, well off you trot then.
Thanks.
I'm going to go watch.
But the wading didn't really prove much, other than that all four cars are more than capable of keeping your feet dry crossing a small river that wasn't quite deep enough to genuinely test cars that can weigh between 700, the Toyota and the Mercedes, and 900 millimetres, the Ineos and the Land Rover. So next, we needed to see about one of the most important things in off-roading, traction, and approach, breakover and departure angles.
Right, next test. This is the bomb hole. Bomb hole, okay? And this is all about angles and whether they can climb ridiculously steep slopes. So I'm going to get Wookie in and we're going to see, and I'm going to talk to you about angles and stuff. Right, stand by. In you come, Wook.
No, just he makes me do this first.
You're fine ahead, absolutely fine. Keep coming, keep going.
To see whether I can do it. And then if I break the car, it's my fault.
There we go. Right, and then slow it down as you get into here, right?
That's just a brick wall.
It is just a big wall. So wait. Right, this here is your approach angle, okay? So keep coming forward, Wook. Keep coming. And that's crucial, so whether you're going up steep slopes, whether you've got the clearance. And you have. Keep going. Keep going, keep going. Right, I'm going to talk to them about departure angles next. You're clear.
Going up.
That is remarkable. It's like an inch, but you're clear. Okay, keep going. You've got
being
like
gentle.
3 foot under the car now. Okay, wait. I'm going to check you around the back. This here is your departure angle down here, and that's to make sure you don't scrape and rip your back bumper off. Okay, work a little bit forward, just creep it forward.
So I'm going to go very gently forwards.
That's it. Oh, look at the roof levels by my chest. Keep going.
Ready?
Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
scrape.
You're fine, you're clear. Go on, stop it there, and then let's see if you've got traction to get it out.
So the other thing about this kind of thing, obviously, it's about grip and about traction. Now, all of these cars have very sort of exceptional traction control systems and decent tyres, even though they're the ones that do come from the manufacturers.
Yep.
So what this will test is whether this car has inherent traction. Are you ready?
On a ridiculously steep slope. Right.
On wet rock. Ready?
Send it up. Oh, that's your breakover angle.
So what's that? That's the bit where we've not got enough height between the wheels to clear the actual obstacle. But I don't think that was expensive.
Right, get it out. I'll go and get something else.
So now it's time for Ollie in the Land Rover Defender. Now this is a 110, so it's the mid wheelbase. You can get a 90 and a 130. And as we can see, it's approaching the bomber. You're doing well there, Oliver.
Thank you very much.
Look, there's your approach angle. Now, the Defender's got air suspension, so it's actually got a better approach angle than any of the other cars.
It does feel like the bonnet is just going to plough straight through there.
And it's not going to.
Still
It's
go.
absolutely fine.
Keep an eye on my back wheels.
Right, I'm just watching your back
Keep
wheels.
on the back wheels.
Now, we've got
This
a
just
bit
is
more
for tipping now.
of a bum on this car, but the suspension's lifted the body out of the way, so the
Oh my
the
word.
departure angle's actually all right. You're fine, Ollie, you're
Pointing
fine.
at
Now
the
you've got to go all the
sky.
way up and then stop to make
Yeah.
it a fair test.
It's 30
stop there.
degrees. Okay.
And now we test the traction. Ollie, what do you reckon?
Well, I'm hoping it's going to pull forward, not backwards. We ready? Let's
I'm ready.
go. This is so unnerving.
Little tap.
Oh, I'm gonna drop it backward. That was quite a solid little tap.
I think you'll be all right.
You sure?
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
I'm gonna bring it over this side a bit.
Slowly.
Oh,
You're all right.
you sure?
Yeah, I think you'll
It
get
doesn't
over.
feel all right. I think we might need a different line.
Do you want a
through here
different
in the
line?
Defender.
I think you'll get over, but okay, go backwards. You were almost over it. I think that's driver error. Essentially, need a
Right,
more
I'm gonna
skillful
come
driver.
Up, I'm going to come up
this
this
way.
side a bit more.
Wheels
Right.
off the ground. Keep going.
Oh, look at this. I'm just pointing at the sky. Oh,
Oh no!
Oh.
Stop! Come back!
it's not going to make it, is it? Oh,
It is going to
some
make it.
nasty
It is going to
noises.
make it.
I'm going
I'm
to get
sorry
out.
for laughing.
Do you want to have a go?
Go back. Go back, and perhaps give it a slightly more
I
left-sided.
thought you were going to say, give it a bit more pedal.
Give it a bit
Give
more
it a little
left-hand
bit more
side,
throttle.
and you'll be fine. So this is the breakover angle issue. So the car's got less distance. Now go that way,
Yeah,
and it'll go up. I guarantee it.
yeah.
Go, go, go. You're fine. You're fine.
On this sort of lock?
Gently, gently. Go on, keep going. You go, 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 go. You'll be fine. Go.
Flipping hell.
I'm the strongest man in the world.
So the Defender surprisingly made a bit of a fuss of the bomb hole. The others were pretty much unruffled, with only the Ineos scraping even a bit.
I haven't even put the rear differential in yet.
Little touch on the breakover, but otherwise great.
Both the Mercedes and the Land Cruiser made it look, well, pretty ordinary actually. That is amazing.
Right, onwards over a few miles of mixed surfaces, which mainly involved breaking ice in puddles, deeply satisfying, picking our way over rocks, wading through trenches, and a couple of more river crossings. They all coped with this no problem, although the Defender felt big and the Grenadier slightly unwieldy in tight spots. Meanwhile, the softer suspension of the Land Cruiser and G-Class meant they were more comfortable and didn't get tipped around so much. None of them struggled particularly until, yeah, the Defender snagged a rock under the water, which ruptured a sidewall.
Right, we've had a little issue, as you can probably tell. Come round here and step behind Wookie, who's currently busy with an air hose for a very obvious reason. We got a bit of a gash in the tyre and it just deflated immediately. And it's one of the big ones, I'm surprised. On the Defender, that's gone. And now we're going to try and re-inflate it. We've got a puncture repair kit and we're going to try and re-inflate it. See how that goes, shall we? It actually went pretty well, although we didn't fully trust our repair skills, so switched to the proper spare for our next challenge, which wouldn't normally be any sort of challenge at all.
Although this is an off-road test, we did take on-road manners into account, and yes, there is a road somewhere under the snow, mostly. And it's the Defender that was the most comforting and best on-road, not least because it has an EV-only mode for silent running. Beyond that, it's also the only car here with a monocoque construction, which aids refinement rather than a separate body and chassis. It's also the only car here with fully independent suspension, surprisingly. The G-Class and the Land Cruiser are similar underneath with independent front suspension but a solid rear axle. The G is the quieter and better behaved, but you'd expect that given that at £146,000 it's approaching twice the price of the Toyota. Still, it's calm, super solid, and although there's a bit of structural shimmy, the inline 6 is strong and makes a very good noise.
The Land Cruiser does without the Merc's luxe vibe. It looks suitably modern, but the 2.8 litre 4-cylinder diesel sounds anything but. It's gruff, tough, and makes the sort of reassuring noise you just know would survive Armageddon. There's a bit of shake and shimmy from the chassis, but it churns through miles happily, and returning 29 mpg was the most efficient of our four. The least efficient was the heavyweight 22 to the gallon Ineos at 2,740 kilos, some 400 kilos more than the Toyota. The twin-turbo 3-litre diesel strong enough to cope, but with solid axles front and back, plus outdated recirculating ball steering that needs constant correction, doesn't self-centre and has a rubbish turning circle, the agricultural Ineos really suffers doing normal road stuff. Where are we then, Wook?
We're here.
We're there. We're on a map.
There's a little river there, but we're on a sort of a hill, and
Okay.
we've just paused for a minute
Yeah.
to work out what we think so far.
Yeah, exactly. A sort of status update so far. Okay, so we got all the cars out there. Grenadier. What do you think so far?
I thought I'd hate that car, but it is a little bit of me in that it's very old school.
Yeah.
And I quite like the kind of modular bit. Like, I could see myself strapping a winch and a roof rack and some extra lights to it.
Yeah.
But it's a bit, you have to stop to do everything. And then
So it's quite annoying, isn't it, to have to stop to put it into neutral to engage the differentials and things, because you can't do them on the fly.
it's very deliberate.
And even to do the off-road mode.
Yes,
and
that's the thing.
Yeah. To do anything, you've sort of got to stop it first. It's a little bit irritating compared with some of the others. It's very single-minded. It's very designed to do one thing, and that thing is not go on a road.
Yes.
It'll do the road stuff, but it's compared with the rest of them, it's not very civilised, is it?
Oh, well, the thing is, I like playing with all the gear levers and stuff, but probably 75% of the time, I would be on a road going, my God, the steering is really weird and slow and doesn't self-centre.
Yeah.
And it would get on my nerves.
I get used to that. I do find it really cumbersome. Even if off here doing all this, it feels the heaviest, the most durable of all of these. It feels like the one that's probably least likely to go wrong, although it hasn't been around long enough to know if it's got that reputation for reliability yet.
You're right about it feeling like it's going to go anywhere, though.
Yeah.
Like it'll keep just motoring.
If you look under the front wheel wells of that and just look how massive the bits of metal are that it's built from, it's really toughly assembled, isn't it?
And it's gone over absolutely everything without any problems. A couple
No
of scrapes
problems.
of the toe ball,
Yeah.
which you'd expect. It's like there's nothing wrong with how it gets down off-road.
No.
It's really, really good.
Okay.
On the opposite end of the scale, though, you've
Yeah.
got the G-Wagon.
Yeah,
Now, that is a serious dark horse. That thing's amazing off-road.
it is. It's really impressive, isn't it? It just feels like it's had so much engineering budget hurled at it
Yes.
over the years. But the thing is, the reputation, this is the thing. Could you actually be seen driving that if you were a serious off-roader?
I think you could because it's ex-military. I think the modern ones still have that idea of it comes from the right place. But the engineering, the way that it's been put together, the way I've not put that in low range for a good third of what we've done already, because it didn't need to do it.
No.
And then when you want to lock the diffs and stuff, you just press a couple of buttons.
It's the most logical to operate. It's the easiest to operate.
Easy.
You've got a button that says off-road mode and you've got 3 diffs.
It does feel a bit weird though, doesn't it? Because it's quite nice inside.
It does. But it's also got no space inside. I know this is sort of like a tangential to what we're talking about, but it is small inside considering the outward scale of it. But in terms of like how it gets over things and round things,
fussless.
Yeah,
absolutely
really good.
Fussless. But I'm going to point this out again. Watching a £137,000 car bounce down rocks makes me wince.
Yeah.
Not in the same way that the Ineos or any of the other cars do. It just feels a little bit wrong.
It does.
And I wish we'd got the diesel.
A diesel.
But, there you go.
A
What about the
diesel,
Defender though?
Well, that's the one. It's really surprised me, that car, because it's the only one that's on air suspension, so it's height adjustable, and you think, oh, that's going to be a proper gain. That's going to get it over things. It's the one that when we stuck it through the bomb hole.
Yes. When you stuck it through the bomb hole.
I stuck it through the bomb hole. That really struggled, and yet it looks perceptively, it looks like it's on a really gnarly set of tyres and shouldn't have had an issue with it. But it did struggle.
And
it's
you
about the same weight, and I tried twice.
I think what's happening is, you know, when you put it into the off-road mode, the highest setting in the air suspension, it gets really stiff-kneed.
Yeah, it does.
Like it really struggles to have any kind of softness, and it means that it's always picking a wheel up. But I thought the Defender would be the one that was just swanning around being perfect and making everything look easy. Yeah,
which the G has actually done better than the Defender.
But have you tried it knocking around in EV mode? Because it's a plug-in
always
hybrid.
Flat.
Yeah. No, when I got it working this morning, and I was like in the countryside in EV mode, going off-road, and it was completely silent. And I thought it was really cool.
That's a nice thing, actually, isn't it? I mean, in a way, it would have been amazing to have had the EQ, whatever, the G580, whatever they call it.
G580E. And because that is incredible off-road. But again, that's like £130,000 again. No, £180,000.
Yeah, I think it's even more, isn't it? So, also, Defender, though, is the nicest on-road.
Oh, I drove for a long time yesterday. It's really nice. And if you were plugging it in a lot, it would be quite efficient. It's not efficient when the battery's flat.
No.
But if you were plugging it in a lot, on-road, that thing is really comfy, very quiet.
Yeah.
And all of that. But then we come to this, don't we?
Yeah.
The Land Cruiser. And I have to say, when I first got in it, I thought it's quite unrefined engine-wise. Because it's a big 4 diesel, so it's like, and then I thought, I quite like that, it's comforting.
It's a noise that you think, it'll just carry on doing that until doomsday. Nothing will ever change, it just carries on.
It's not silky, but it's confidence inspiring.
Yeah.
And then off-road, so far...
It's like the G.
Yes.
It just feels its way over stuff really easily, where the Ineos feels quite heavy in how it deals with it, but it feels unstoppable. These two pick their way quite delicately almost, and you can really control them on the throttle, whereas the Defender is a bit sharp when you're on and off the throttle at really low speed. This feels so controllable.
Both the G and the Land Cruiser feel smaller than the Defender and the Ineos.
Yes.
And they're not necessarily less heavy, but they feel smaller. And I like the way in here, you know, when we were on those tracks, which you don't really need low range for, and then there was a little bit that you needed to put it in low 4. You can just stop, put it in neutral, whack it into low 4.
It's quick, isn't it?
And then here you've just got centre diff and rear diff, and stabiliser bar disconnect, and a couple of drive modes. It's quite intuitive.
It is. So this and the G, I think, are the easiest to operate. The Defender, you're sort of occasionally with the terrain response, you're trying to go, and to be fair, that terrain response a couple of times has failed to respond.
Yes, it doesn't work.
And hasn't worked. But even then, even when it does, it's sort of one layer back, isn't it? Because it defaults to the heating control.
Yeah.
So to get to terrain response in the first place, you've sort of got to overcome the heating control.
It's almost as if it's not as important.
It's not as important. That is how it comes across. And then the graphics are quite small on screen. So it's there, but it's like the people, they've gone, well, it's there, it will do it. And it does do it, but it's like you're never quite aware of when the diffs are doing what they're doing. You can go into that configurable mode, but still, this feels like it's more obvious what goes on, and it's a more mechanical sensation in this and the G
Isn't it weird
than
though?
it is in the
The
Defender.
Defender is like, it's trying to almost hide away its off-roadiness, which surprised me. The Grenadier is making it really deliberate, really obvious.
Yeah.
And then these two are somewhere in the middle.
Exactly.
And the G-Wagon and this.
Yeah.
And I think this is where I would be most comfortable.
Yeah.
Like something I can still fiddle with stuff, but I'm not messing around necessarily with 64 levers and 20 buttons on the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Right, shall we go and do some rock crawling?
Let's go and see. And I just want to take this, if that's all right.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm going to make sure that this is as looked after as possible. Nothing can go
well,
wrong.
I mean, to be fair, this one has barely scratched so far, has it? I mean, like this and the G and the Ineos have only done little ones. The
This won't
Defender had a little bit of a
this
yeah,
will not
bigger one in.
struggle at all.
Right, okay.
Let's go.
Let's go and find out.
All right, what we got coming up then, Ol?
We've got a lovely little rock crawl. It's quite possibly bangy on the axles.
So this is
Let's
where
see.
everything comes into play, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So we need super relaxed suspension.
Yep.
So I need to disconnect the
Disconnect your
bars
anti-roll bar in this.
in this
yeah.
car, and we need loads of grip,
Yep.
good angles, all the things we've been talking
Yeah.
about basically.
Good
isn't
throttle modulation, so you can ease it over without it all getting carried away.
it? And we also need our favourite thing,
Diff locks.
So a diff lock, essentially what it does is it locks the axles so that they move at the same speed, so you don't spin away power on the side that has no grip. So a centre diff will lock front to back, so they move at the same
50-50.
speed. And then a diff lock front or rear will lock them side to side, so you've not got one wheel. Well, if it gets in the air, it's not just spinning
So
around.
as long as one wheel's got traction, you got traction.
You've got traction, but what happens
Right.
when you're on a road and you have your diff locks in?
Yeah, it goes all crunchy.
Yeah,
It doesn't like
because-
changing direction.
When you go around a corner, the wheels on the outside of the car have to spin faster, have to travel a further distance than the ones on the inside, so eventually your transmission will explode. Hopefully, that's not going to happen
Go on.
right now. Let's see if we can do this in
Let's
a
see
very
how the Land Cruiser goes.
gentle way. Okay,
Yeah,
let's see.
righty-ho.
Here we go.
Off you pop. Keep going, you've got a bit of a drop now. That's it.
You just roll over it
That's
and
it.
then let it potter down. We should be fine.
Big drop coming up. That's the one.
It's absolutely smooth as butter. And it's not going to...
Oh, that was it.
That was the drop. It's smooth as butter.
It's quite a big hole.
Now, I think this is the
Hang on a
side
second.
step's fault.
What have you done?
No, well, nothing. It's basically, if the side step wasn't there, it would have cleared the obstacle.
You nearly can't open the door now. Shall we see if we can bend that out?
It's only plastic.
There we go.
See, a Land Cruiser is self-healing. Well, self-healing
A
with a
couple
little
more
bit of help.
bounces. There you go. I think that's done. Well, it's just slightly curved for next time.
Okay, Ollie, I'm going to help you, even though you did not help me.
Saying he's going to help me. Yeah, he's got a point. I was only looking at one side of the car. And I'm just going to tickle it forward. Oh, it feels so tilty. I don't like this. I feel really high up in the air at the moment. And then you sort of pucker as the thing drops off another
Straight.
ledge.
No, that way. That way. That way. Now straight. Straight. Yeah, straight.
Oh,
straight, straight. No, you're fine. Go straight. You're fine. You're fine. You see, if you have a proper spotter, you
I
can
thought
make
this might be
things
one time
happen.
it went through without clipping something. Not quite.
I think that's down to the spotting marriage.
That was better. That's the best thing the Defender's done today, I
Very
think.
much. Bye-bye.
As before, with proper help finding the correct line, both the G-Wagon and the Grenadier simply climb their way down this particular set of steps without any problems, both making it look pretty effortless. And after a few more miles of track, we started to figure out a conclusion.
You know what I was saying at the start of this about why does no one take their off-roaders off-road? I think we might have found out.
Yes, because there's been a couple of things that have gone slightly awry, but they're all here.
They're all here.
They're all
they've made
working.
it through. So, right, okay. What are your thoughts?
My big thought for the day, this
Yeah.
past 2 days, is that Land Rover Defender has struggled slightly. I've driven it on the road and it was fabulous, but actually it hasn't been that brilliant off-road. And this is an
Yeah.
off-road test, right? The Ineos, slightly annoying, fiddling around with all the levers and
Yep.
stuff, but brilliant off-road.
Yep.
On-road, little bit old school.
A little bit old school.
Very
school.
old school. G-Wagen, dark horse. Absolutely fabulous off-road.
Yeah.
Really good on it, but very, very expensive. Land Cruiser LC250, bit of an all-rounder actually.
It has done everything we've asked for it. It's been as impressive off-road as the Grenadier. It's been as smooth and you can use it so easily.
Yeah.
The only drawback I have is that engine is a little bit agricultural. Apart from that, I think we found our winner.
Really? Okay, well give me an order then. Right, what do you reckon?
Right, off-road only, 4th.
A Land Rover Defender comes
Third.
Third, well I'll argue
Yeah.
with that because I think the G-Wagon and the Ineos are sort of
second equal, aren't they? Yeah,
They've
in
both
different
got their
areas.
things going. The G-Wagon being very expensive, that being a bit rubbish on road.
Yeah.
You know, but that leaves one car.
It's this, the Land Cruiser LC250. Top Gear's off-roader of choice.
If the G-Wagen was the cheaper diesel in the right spec, I would have made a case for that winning, but I'm not allowed to go past Ollie, who is the king here.
Way too fast.
Can the Tesla Cybertruck off-road? If you've seen any of those viral videos where it gets stuck on some not very steep slopes, you're probably thinking no. However, Tesla is about to release a new off-road app. It's basically a suite of new software that has a load more off-road modes and crucially activates the front and rear diff locks, so that should make a big difference.
So we thought we'd put it through a real test, and we've come out to Johnson Valley and brought along a Rivian R1T as a rival to see how it compares. So we're going to do some whoops, we're going to do a jump, we're going to go through some sand dunes, and we're going to do some rock crawling.
Yeah, and we've already done some drifting around on a dry lake bed, a drag race. We've actually slept in these trucks as well. Those are in separate videos, and those were in the tri-motor version of the Cybertruck. Here, we've got a dual motor version with 600 horsepower because you get mechanical diff locks on both axles.
Right, we better get them prepared, hadn't we?
What do we need to do to prep these up?
We've aired down the tyres, we've dropped them from 50 psi down to 30. We need to take those wheel covers off the Tesla though, because I reckon they're going to get pulled off in the rough
Yeah, they just
stuff.
clip on, don't they?
Yep, so right, you sort that side, I'll sort the other.
The last thing we need to do is send a prayer up to the off-road gods. Look after us.
To put the Cybertruck's new off-road app and locking diffs to the test, we needed to find somewhere gnarly enough for a proper workout without ending up on our roof. Somewhere like this.
Oh, this looks gnarly as hell. Look at the size of these boulders off to the side. Right, challenge is then, can we get the Cybertruck to the top? I think it's going to be a challenge, but I have got quite a lot of stuff to play with to help me out. I've locked up all the differentials, well, front and rear. Centre diff is a virtual diff, obviously, in here. Ride height is in very high. If necessary, if I start scraping, I can hit extract, which will take me up another 2 inches. What I can do, which is quite clever though, I can press the cruise control button and then wind my cruise control back because to 4 miles an hour here, which does not only hill descent, but it also manages your speed uphill. And I can increase it and decrease it with the throttle and the brake, but here we go, feet off everything, just climbing up here at 4 miles an hour.
Ollie, I'm going to be your spotter today. Sorry, no one else was available. Bit more left hand down.
Right, let's give that a go.
That's it, and that's it. Straighten the wheels, straighten the wheels. Very nice. Fraction of left hand down.
Sort of sitting on a rock. There's another spiky one just after that. The moment you hit this rock, your rear tire's going to hit another rock.
Lots of rocks, in other words.
I should do this for a living. Don't be a chicken, go for it.
I've got to say, I'm blown away by what this is capable of. Standard suspension, standard tyres. Oh, it's heavy though. You can hear it crushing rock.
Stay left. Yeah, and give it. Lovely. You probably can't see anything in the sky right now, but there it is, it's all yours.
Yes! High five! Oh, look what we have conquered!
Yeah, now you need to do some proper work and help me get the Rivian.
Hey, exactly.
Yeah? Okay, my turn in the Rivian. In terms of modes, rock crawl mode. Pretty obvious, that one. We've got the ride height in its highest setting. We've got the hold button on, which means when I come off the throttle, I shouldn't roll backwards, which is a big no-no in off-roading. Because it's got 4 motors, you don't have to mess around with anything old-fashioned like diffs. You've got full independent control of each wheel.
Yeah, it's pretty loose and bumpy through here. Right, start coming over now. There we go. Right, slowly now, straight. You need to go straight now, that's it. Oh.
Good amount of angle, 22 degrees of roll. Feels like I could fall down that mountain at any time.
That's it. Wait.
There we go, perfect.
Okay, whoop, slowly, slowly. This is fun. You're going to point your left wheel at me.
And when you say left wheel, you mean right wheel?
I do.
I've conquered this very small bit of mountain.
That's really impressive. That's pretty severe.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, I say fun. All of these off-road activities are slightly fraught with anxiety.
Yeah, there's jeopardy involved.
Next up was the whoops, those vicious undulations that can shake a car to bits. In other words, the ultimate test of suspension durability and body control.
Right, you're going to have a go at the whoops then.
The things that try to destroy your
They're
car.
horrible. They're absolutely horrible.
But a pretty good test of suspension,
Yep.
body control, all that sort of good stuff. And driver willpower, because if you hit them too hard, then you're just going to break into several
And break
bits.
yourself as well.
Break myself. But you've devised a little game here, right?
I have. You are going to go against the clock.
Yeah, right. I'm in Baja mode.
Yep.
I'm in high ride height, but not very high, because very high limits your
Limits
top
you to about
speed.
22 miles an hour or
Yeah,
something,
don't
doesn't
do
it?
that. Are you ready?
I am. 3, 2, 1, go.
It is butt puckering.
There's some unpleasant noises coming from that car already.
I want to go fast. I want to beat Ollie. But I don't want to break the Cybertruck.
Oh, it looks quite stiffly sprung. It's sort of tickling along over the ground there.
Dealing with them really well, and actually, the more confident I get and the more speed I give it, the better it gets. Patience, Jack, patience. Right, this is the turnaround point. It's got to be. Right, this is where my superior turning circle is going to pay off. Look at that. Hey! 38, 39.5. I can't seem to get over 40 miles an hour. Doesn't like it.
2 minutes 10. It was taking a bit longer than I expected, actually. He's going a bit slowly.
Okay. Don't get overconfident, Jack. You're doing well, mate. You're doing well. There's the finish line. Here I come.
And stop.
Are all the GoPros still attached?
Yes,
Are
they
all
are.
the wheels still attached?
The wheels are still attached. Do you want to know how fast you went? 2 minutes 37.42.
I probably shouldn't be giving you tips either, but it was getting better the more speed I added. I was getting up
Really?
to like 40 miles an hour and it was just coping with it. So my advice to you is go for it. Go!
That's the back wheels in the air already.
The tent on the back of that Rivian is jumping.
I have to say, dropping those tyre pressures down does seem to have made an enormous difference. Those back wheels are just in the air way too often. This feels springier than the Cybertruck. No idea how I'm doing on time, but I can't lose to Ricks. Right, turnaround point, bouncy. This is quite alarming, but the car actually, it's staying pretty rattle and squeak free, I think. 50 miles an hour, that's way too fast. Flipping hell.
Oh, I can see the rear of the truck pogoing around.
Back end's bouncing around all over the place.
How do you go that much faster?
First and foremost, I'm glad that's over. The back wheels were in the air more than they were on the ground.
Yeah, all right, yeah, 20 seconds faster than me.
I'm not sure that's a fair reflection, actually, because this one feels springier and bouncier than the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck actually stays more level over those whoops than this does.
So a moral victory for the Cybertruck, but it'll go down in the record books as the Rivian's quicker.
Yeah, yeah.
How about something that really gets the blood flowing?
What are you going to say? Ah.
There's one just around the corner, it'd be rude not to.
Okay.
Should we do it?
You lead the way.
It's over there.
And from one brutally tough test to another, because next up, we'd be taking flight. It was time for the jump.
Right, Jack, are you sure this is a good idea?
No, I'm not sure it's a good idea. I have to say, it's very gentlemanly of you to let me go first, Ollie.
I am in position and ready, so why don't you come and have a crack? I'm going to sit here and watch the consequences.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
That's going really quite quickly.
How was that?
It looked like you were going really fast in the run up to it.
Yeah, it could definitely go faster. I mean, you could, Ollie, with your superior driving skills.
I love the royal you that you're applying to that. Oh, brave pants on. Let's go and have a go then.
Right, Ollie. It's your turn now.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to this.
I can sense that you're a bit grumpy.
The whoops are just painful on me. This might well be painful on the car.
Just to remind you, you do have a massive tent clamped onto the back of your truck.
Yeah, says the man who knocked his tonneau cover out of position.
Everything's fixable. Right, are you ready? I've got front row seats for this.
Thank you, mate. I'm off in 3, 2, 1, go.
He never backs down, Ollie, from something like this.
50 miles an hour. Let's go a bit quicker. 56, 57, 58, 59. Wow.
Whoa!
Wow, that flew.
God, it's such a stupid thing to do in cars like this, but that is just phenomenal that it's built to withstand stuff like that.
Last but not least, we headed for a driftabout in the power-sapping sand dunes.
What do you think of this?
It's quite exciting, isn't it? What a playground.
I know, the views are just insane. 360 views, I've never seen anything like it. And right in the slap bang in the middle of it, we've got our own personal sort of sand pit to play in, basically.
Right, shall I have a go first?
Crack on, I'll cheer you on from here, and then, you know, don't get stuck, basically.
It's absolutely bonkers when you're looking at the Cybertruck in the desert. When you get the right angle, the sun just shines straight off the stainless steel. I saw it driving off into the distance earlier, and it was like a sort of UFO.
There we go.
Oh, that looked good.
You can feel the traction just pulling in a bit occasionally. So I think what might be required is a bit of Baja mode. Go from overland into Baja and stick the slider to 80% rear.
Stand back!
Instantly, it's got no traction whatsoever. I know it's probably not as technically correct as being in sand mode, but Baja mode is excellent fun. This is too much fun.
All right, Mr. Baja, stop ruining all my sand. Can I have a go now?
Off you trot.
Right, I'll take his Baja mode and I'll raise him a rally mode. I have to say, I think the tyres on this are making a big difference, because there was some stuff that Ollie was labouring on a bit earlier, and I'm making them look super easy.
That looks so cool. Love watching this thing slide around. Look at it go. You can see exactly how hard the suspension is working as well.
Yeah, the suspension is working hard.
I watched how high you bounced just then. Hey.
Well, that's bloody good fun, isn't it? You have to sort of guess that the wheels are spinning around because there's no engine to tell you where you are.
No, if you spin them enough, they start digging their way downwards quite quickly.
Well, look, I think we've got away with that one, but worth it, because that was quite good fun. So, the mission was to take the Tesla Cybertruck, get it away from the bright lights and the camera phones and the hordes that follow it around everywhere, and find out whether it's a proper off-road adventure truck. Is it?
Yes. There we go, next question.
Easy answer.
No, I'm so impressed with what we've been able to do with it over the last couple of days.
Yeah, seriously, the punishment that thing has absorbed. Bashing about in the sand dunes, the whoops especially, they're pretty harsh. The jump, that wasn't very friendly, and we've just been rock crawling over there.
Yeah.
No damage.
You say that, however, the jump might have found a couple of little victims. The tonneau cover on the Cybertruck's been knocked slightly out of place.
Yeah.
And we've managed to bend one of the roof bars on the back of the Rivian.
Yeah, the tent's mounted on. So that's the tent's fault for
being
so
so
heavy.
heavy.
Yeah. It's nothing to do with the way that we drove the car.
No.
But the big question is, are you won over? Could you see yourself being a Mr. Cybertruck?
I came into this really sceptical about the Cybertruck. I just thought it's going to be one of those triumphs of design and desire over everything else. And yet, I've come away from this really impressed by it.
When I first drove it in Los Angeles a few months ago, it was all about the way the car looked and the celebrity of it, and I didn't want one. But now, getting out here, getting away from all of that and getting under the skin and seeing what it can do, I want one.
There's just a bit of a problem with that though, isn't it?
What?
It's never coming to the UK.
I can just carry on wanting one. I might just put it on a poster on my bedroom wall like a teenager.
Do you know what that is? That is a Land Rover view. Balmoral is just over there. I suspect the late Queen used to rumble up and down these tracks in an old Defender. This is probably the only corner of the world that Land Rover still gets to call its own. Oops. This is the new Land Cruiser 250, the latest in a line of cars that dates back over 70 years and has bent the globe to its will. If you want a car that absolutely will not let you down, no matter how rough and remote it gets, look no further. It's almost cruel of Toyota to launch the Land Cruiser in Land Rover's backyard. But anyway, we are going to take this opportunity to find out what it's like by answering some questions about it, starting with this handy diagram. Originating in 1951, it was a parts bin special, the Land Cruiser tag not arriving until a few years later. By 1967, it was so successful that Toyota had started to separate things out. The station wagon range was the most civilised, even though to this day it still uses a separate body-on-frame chassis. The iconic 70 series forms the heavy-duty range and has barely changed since the 70s. Super simple, super tough, a favourite with the UN and outback farmers. And then there's the light-duty range. And if you're thinking there's not much difference between station wagon and light-duty, you're right. Toyota has been gradually realigning them. Arguably one of the world's most global cars, Toyota has sold over 11 million Land Cruisers across 170 countries. What do you reckon? Is it mostly mechanical or essentially electric? I've parked it on an angle so you can have a look. Look at the amount of articulation we've got. We've even got the mudguards scraping on the ground down there, which means that when you come around the other side, as you can see from the angle, we've got a wheel properly in the air. Now, the reason that's good is because you can have a look and see exactly what is going on underneath here. You've got these giant chassis rails with the body completely separate on top. That is proper, tough, rugged design. And you've got this huge beam axle and all these bits of big metal doing stuff. And that's not all. Right, let me just open this door carefully and click the bonnet up. Nice and easy to reach. Now you can see I've already stuck it at an angle, so you don't have to move and you can just see straight in. Hang on a second. Short bloke problem here. Can I reach up high enough to hook it in? I can. Now what you're dealing with here is a 2.8 litre 4-cylinder diesel. That's it. No hybrid, no petrol, nothing. They will do a 48 volt mild hybrid version of this next year. In some places in the world you can have a full hybrid, but not in Europe. You've just got this.
The GAF chassis that's shared with the 300 series station wagon is 50% more rigid than before, boasting 84 extra weld points and 12 metres of extra glue. It's actually quite similar to Merck's G-Class underneath, with double wishbones at the front, the beam back axle and no height adjustable air suspension. Not durable enough, apparently.
201 horsepower, 369 pounds-foot of torque, and mated to an 8-speed automatic gearbox. The message is clear here. I know it looks cool and desirable, but it's a workhorse underneath. Right, let's go and put it to a real test. Right, so you thought we'd start with all the gnarly off-road stuff. Well, of course we will get there, but actually, with these clanking underpinnings and everything, it's road use that is likely to cause the Land Cruiser more problems. So, is it civilised? Can you drive this every day? Well, the first point to make is that this is not like an Audi Q7 or a Volvo XC90. It still puts off-road use front and centre. So there's a lot of weight underneath, the beam axle at the back and everything. So the ride quality, you get a certain amount of shudder and shimmer and everything from it. But that chassis is now a lot stiffer and they've put a lot more sound deadening into it. And although you can hear the engine churning away, and actually I find that really reassuring, the noise levels are fine. And there is sort of commendably little suspension noise and intrusion. So it doesn't feel harsh on the road, it just feels a bit ponderous. And look, let's face it, it's not going to be massively economical. Toyota hasn't done the figures for it yet, but I reckon it's an 80 litre tank. I reckon it'll do 30 to the gallon. You'll get 500 miles out of it. And that's key, isn't it? You just want to be able to get in this, sit in it, because it is really comfortable to sit in. The seats are fantastic and the view out and everything in it is brilliant. You sit quite high. You've got this sort of flat expanse of bonnet with these higher sides on it. It makes it appear a big car to drive, and it is, but there's this sort of reassurance of these square edges and this actually quite cut down side, so you can sort of see over when you're off-road. I expect you can see over and down. Big mirrors, big upright A-pillars, nothing really gets in the way. You've got commanding view out from this. It's just big and easy to operate in here. Everything's got this sort of chunky vibe. Remember Tonka toys? It feels a bit like that in here. It's like it should have a Yorkie in the glove box. You do have to interact with a touchscreen, and that's pretty much as much of a pain in here as it is in any other car, but you do have a lot of switches and things to operate down here. Pride of place goes to the mode select for the drive modes, and there is a sport mode in there. There are a lot of other modes as we'll come on to, but sport mode, that's not something that a Land Cruiser needs. So used to run a 6-speed automatic, now it's an 8-speed. It's got really early torque converter lockup. So you're literally doing 1500 revs, maybe you get a bit of a kick down, maybe you don't. It just surges on. It's not a fast car at all, but you can put it into manual, pull a paddle, lock it into gear, and then just let it go. And there's this sort of deep-hearted, honest performance to it where it just chugs away, and you get the feeling that you could stick a 3.5 ton trailer on the back of this and it would make not a jot of difference to the way it goes. I just like the fact this is still a genuine proper Land Cruiser, and we are getting all of the weather all at once. Bit of snow, bit of sleet, wind coming in sideways, proper Scottish weather. But then what do you expect? We're up in the Cairngorms and it's just glorious up here. And this colour works so well in the landscape. You think it's only going to work in a desert, but no, blends in perfectly up here. It's not composed, it's not sophisticated, but I love it. I love the sort of honesty and integrity to it, that it does exactly what it claims to do. And you know, you could point it at any bit of what you can see out there and you'd get through. So no, road use doesn't pose this any problems whatsoever. More treading on Land Rover's toes. Right, so what we got going on in here? Well, legroom is fine. It's not palatial, but it's fine. Middle passenger gets a bit of a rough deal with that big plinth there, but mainly it just feels durable. Everything's wiped clean and easy. And then look at this, you can tip that forward because you've got seats 6 and 7 in the back. So there you go, seats 6 and 7. You get very little boot space with them, and actually there's not much space for passengers in there. Nice and mechanical there, but it's on an electric motor. They don't all, not all Land Cruisers have electric motors, but this one does. And it takes a long time to fold the seat. Still going, still going, still going. There you go, giant great boot, too many electric motors. The worry is that the new one might be some sort of retro pastiche. So let's drive an old one and see if some of that DNA has carried over. Hey, so this is the iconic 40 series Land Cruiser that dates back to like 1960. Quite honestly, the thought of romping across deserts in this just blows my mind. It's not exactly comfortable. You've got twin leaf springs at either end and this sort of, wow, it just feels, there's a lot of clanking going on in here, a lot of shudder and shake and not a lot of refinement, but it feels mechanically tough. Despite the doors rattling around, it feels tough, and the new one has that completely in common with it. No, actually the new one feels way tougher than this. Oh my god. Wow, what a thing! What a thing this is. Find a gear. There we go. Third, got 4 to play with, and there's diagrams over there that tells you what to do with them. We're going to talk low tech and we're going to talk high tech. Right, low tech first. We've got pads here either side of the cabin for your knees, so when you're rattling around off-road you don't hit hard plastic. High tech, down here on this pad of buttons which does all your off-road controls is SDM, stabilizer disconnect mechanism. Basically it disconnects the front anti-roll bar to give you more wheel travel. Not a lot of cars have that. The Ford Bronco is one of the very few. It's very useful. It gives you like 10% more articulation when you're off-road. So let's go and see what difference that makes. In a word, this thing is a beast off-road. It's absolutely unstoppable. I can play with different driving modes now. So I've got MTS, which I guess stands for multi-terrain system or something. But you press that, twist the dial, and then it's just like Land Rover's terrain control. You go for dirt, sand, mud, deep snow, automatic, whatever you want. I haven't done anything with the controls at all yet. I've got permanent four-wheel drive, but one click back on this little knob here locks the center differential, and then a push and another one drops it into low range gears. The other one I can do is I can press the button here to lock the rear diff as well. Unlike the G-Class, that's got a lockable front diff as well. This doesn't, this has just got a lockable rear. And then of course I've got the SDM, the Stabilizer Disconnect Mechanism. A lot of acronyms in here. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to need any of it. I mean, just rumbling along tracks, it just feels so tough. There's the way the suspension just cushions things, but communicates. All that communication that I wasn't getting on road, I am now getting. And so you know exactly what each wheel is up to, what it's doing as it sort of churns across here. It's just so easy. And that steering, there's now no kickback through it. The gearbox, stick it into manual, and I love having the paddles here to have a pull on. And then the next thing I can do down here, if I press the DAC button, I think that's a downhill assist control, I don't know. That's sort of like a hill descent, so it just stops you surging away from yourself. But like I said, I don't think I need any of it. I'm just going to stick it in automatic. And if I get it stuck, I'll start fiddling with some levers. All these things, they're all like the outside, where they all have those separate bits so that you can take off. If you damage one, you don't take off the whole bumper, you just take off a corner of it. It's the same in here. All these pads of bits have got separation a bit between them, so they don't rattle and squeak against each other. Just feels so together. And that's suspension isolation. There's just very little noise coming from it. We do need to find something that's going to test it a bit more though. We are at this amazing Scottish estate. It's right next door to Balmoral, and Toyota haven't been prescriptive. They haven't said you've got to go and drive anywhere at all. They've just given us the list of the tracks and said go anywhere you like, do whatever you like, crack on. And you know what, that just shows they have complete confidence in the Land Cruiser. It's a bit too easy really. Aha, what's this? This is more like it, right. So now we're getting into it. You can hear the engine working a bit harder now, and it's pretty rocky and muddy. Okay, tell you what, going up quite a severe slope here, I'm just going to stick it into neutral, drop it into low range. There we go, nice and easy. Lock the rear diff, and for giggles, we'll disengage that anti-roll bar as well. Got all the little graphics. This is one of the things about it actually that's not great. All the graphics on the screen are quite small and hard to read. Oh, you can immediately feel that front is a bit more elastic. It's just letting you have, I think it's 10% more wheel travel, more axle travel, just effortless. There's barely a scrape or a knock from underneath, and you're looking at the sides and you've got lots of durable bits of plastic. You're not going to care if they get a bit scratched up. You're going to wear them like battle scars. Wow, this is pretty rough stuff. I'm struggling to find the terrain to test it out enough. So it's pretty uneven, it's quite slippery through here. Look at this massive great bog of mud. It's the colour of chocolate. Oh, here we go then, into a bit of a bog. Ooh, that's quite deep. That's quite deep. Don't think it's going to trouble 700 millimetres of wading depth though. So you don't need height adjustable suspension. All you need is a Land Cruiser. So are there any drawbacks to this thing off-road? Well, the graphics that show you everything are quite small on the screen, so they're a little bit hard to see. And I haven't figured out how to stop the parking sensors coming up and interfering. But in terms of the mechanics of it, all those vagaries of driving it on the road just become so connected when you're off-road. And in that, it is different from the Defender, which feels so competent and composed that it seems to do everything for you. In this, you're more aware of what it's trying to do. If you think you can only get your kicks by driving fast around racetracks, bring a Land Cruiser off-road. It's brilliant. Oh, I think we're coming down to a little river crossing. This is just a car that has your back in any situation you like. I'm so impressed with it. It's got a level of sophistication that's new for the Land Cruiser. It is a much smoother car to drive now. So number one rival has got to be the Defender, right? It's not as smooth, competent and refined as a Defender, They've done really good things to that Defender. It's a very impressive bit of kit, but it has lost its reputation as a wilderness truck. The Defender is now basically a school run special, which I think is probably great for JLR's bottom line now, but bad for its future reputation. Then you've got the Mercedes G-Class, which is superbly engineered and terrifically capable, but it starts at £130,000. And that alone, plus its reputation as an urban cruiser, means you just don't see them working for a living. They're too precious. Then you've got the Ineos Grenadier, which at 76 grand is too much money. And it's also more agricultural than this by quite a considerable degree. It wants to be durable and robust, and it's basically just a good update of an old Defender. But the trouble is that the Land Cruiser has the reputation for durability and robustness that the Grenadier really wants. And also the Land Cruiser has stayed truer to its origins than either the Defender or the G-Class. This new Land Cruiser is absolutely tremendous. I am blown away by it. Prices are going to start at about 50k, and these first editions, which I think have actually got more kit than you want or need, will be about 65. 3,000 of those are coming to Europe, and if you have one, discover what it's capable of. The Land Cruiser has the reputation it does because they've always been used properly. Don't let the side down. Hey, look at this! Sideways in a massive great barge. That's ridiculous! Silly question then, is this the world's most ridiculous performance car? Look, it's tall, it weighs well over 2.5 tons, and it loves to go sideways. That's pretty bonkers, right? It's the new Range Rover Sport SV, but we are not going to start on track. We're going to start out here, in a Range Rover's natural habitat. So here we are off-road, and we are in a completely different car, as you can probably tell. Left-hand drive, which is quite nice because we're in Portugal. We're also on different tyres, so the track cars are on Pilot Sport 5S's. This one is on Michelin all-season tyres, which is good because we're bimbling about off-road. Now, you don't want to see the car doing this sort of stuff because we're going pretty slowly and it's not what an SV is about, but it does have to do all the same terrain response, off-road ability stuff as any other Range Rover product. And let's face it, this is something you'd never do in your Ferrari, even if it's a pura sangue.
There is, however, one other major reason I'm not thrashing this around off-road.
Look here, carbon wheels. Whose idea was that? The thought of pebble dashing those with gravel, just no. But look, while we're out here in this very windy place, let's give you a tour of the big beast, and I'm going to start by talking about the old one.
You remember the old one. It was a leery, supercharged thing. In your face, brash and boisterous. But it had a big personality and made a noise like King Kong gargling chili mouthwash. I once convoyed to Austria with one, and you could hear the SVR a kilometre away in the tunnels.
This one, well, it's stealthier, calmer, more upmarket. The signature colour is now this rather fetching carbon bronze, not that bright Estoril blue. This is a more mature car, but then it gets a bit silly. Now, Land Rover has a perfectly good 6-cylinder hybrid, and given the way things are going these days, you'd imagine they'd have just opened up the taps on that. No. Now, they couldn't use the old 5-litre supercharged V8 because it would have bonfired every emission sensor going. So instead, they've had to go shopping. And what they've come back with is a 4.4 litre twin-turbo V8. Now, you know who does 4.4 litre twin-turbo V8s. This has come from, that's right, BMW. This is basically the M5's engine. 626 horsepower, 590 pounds-foot of torque, 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds and a 180 mile an hour top end. Which is plenty to get it going. But how do you stop? Well, let's go back to where we came in. Carbon, because as well as these 23-inch carbon wheels, you've got carbon brakes. Now, you're probably thinking the same as me. Carbon wheels and carbon brakes have no place on a 2.6-ton SUV. The weight savings must be just pointless. But the figures are actually quite big. The brakes save 34 kilos around the car over the standard iron ones. The wheels save 36. That's 70 kilos taken out from the unsprung weight. Porsche would kill to take that much out for one of its Weissach packs. But then thinking about it, Porsches are quite light in the first place.
This then is my type of carbon offsetting, even though I think you'd be mad to spec those carbon wheels. And if you think I'm being overly concerned about the carbon, well, I did manage to put a scratch in a rear wheel. What else? Well, the front end has been reprofiled to exaggerate the width and improve cooling. The bonnet has been reprofiled and is now carbon fibre, as is the logo. The vents are fake, and at the back there are carbon finishes for the quad exhausts, and the SV logo is now ceramic. Overall, it's got a good stance, but I've always found this generation of Range Rover Sport a bit bland.
Off we go then. Careful with the wheels. Very careful with the wheels. But let's face it, this is where this car is going to spend 99% of its time on road. So how is it? Well, it's really comfortable actually. If you just leave it in comfort mode, it's quite softly sprung. The ride's a little bit turbulent, and there's a reason for that, and that is that this does not have a conventional setup at all.
This is big news. Most big heavy SUVs use active anti-roll bars that twist to keep them level in corners. This goes one step beyond that.
This uses hydraulically cross-linked dampers. And yeah, the last time you saw that was on a McLaren 720 750S. Exactly the same system here. And that can not only support the car during corners, so there's like 25 meters of hydraulic lines connecting it all, and they run at like 35 bar of pressure, but they can punch that up. I think it's to like 140 bar of pressure if you're hard cornering. So they can really support the car, so it doesn't roll. In fact, it barely rolls at all. It keeps itself very, very level. They've really sharpened the steering up, so it's actually quite tight around corners. Land Rover calls it their 6D chassis, their 6D dynamics. It's very clever because it works not just on roll, but on pitch and dive. So under acceleration and braking, it doesn't change much either. No other big, heavy SUV has tech to rival this, apart from maybe the Ferrari Purosangue, which is twice the money. Don't think of this as being as composed and precise as a Cayenne or a Lamborghini Urus. It's a rugby player, not a footballer.
In sopping wet conditions, the traction control is a bit blunt and heavy-handed, but then think of the weight it's got to deal with. No wonder it's on high alert.
It hasn't got that same really hardcore demeanour that the old one had. It's not as shouty and rowdy and loud. Still makes a good noise though.
How does it handle when you start pushing a bit harder? Well, put it in SV mode, the paddles turn red, it makes a nice noise, and through quick corners it is remarkably stable and level.
It will push into understeer, but once you've got it in track DSC, there's a bit of leeway going on. It will let you out and play a bit. Masses of torque, makes a good noise, goes pretty hard. People are gonna love it. Range Rover has worked with SubPack on a system that enables you to feel as well as hear your music. 4 ice hockey puck-like transducers are fitted in the front seat backs, vibrating along to the music and giving you a high-frequency massage.
So to go with this body and soul seat, Land Rover has curated its own wellness tracks. It's basically worked with a university and come up with these tracks, and they are to promote mental and physiological well-being. I'd argue that a twin-turbo V8 already does that pretty effectively. So let's go and give that more of a workout, shall we? Right, track time into SV mode, on track at Portimao, and off we go! Right, it feels very together, I have to say. This feels like, on terms of steering and everything, and brakes and the way they bite, I mean, this is on track. We're driving a car with the PS5S tyres. It shouldn't be going round this competently straight away. It's soaking wet, absolutely soaking wet. It's not, it's just moving around. What a laugh though, what a laugh. But I'll tell you the main thing, it isn't half keeping level through corners.
And you can really feel the hydraulically cross-linked dampers of that 6D dynamic chassis working on track. The car stays really flat, even when pulling over a G through corners.
It's not just active anti-roll, it's anti-squat and dive as well. So even when you absolutely lean on the brakes, it's not diving a lot, it's not squatting under acceleration, so you get a sense of the car is much more in control of itself. Right, through the compression on the back, I'm going to ease it off through here because I have to say, front end on this, it's impressive for a big heavy car. That is remarkable. Right, let's turn everything off, shall we? There we go, off, there we go, right. Let's see if it slides. Oh, I'm all dry-throated. It's a big beast to be throwing around. Wow. It's a little bit scrappy when it's going sideways, but yep. But what do you expect? It's a whacking great off-roader, but it goes well. I mean, it's not... The M5 that uses this engine has more punch to it, as you'd expect, but this is not shambles at all. What it doesn't have, obviously, is the M5's switchable four-wheel drive system. This one is permanent 4 because it's a Land Rover.
When the track dried out, the SV wasn't so eager to slide around. 626 horsepower wasn't enough to overcome the combined grip of the Michelin Pilot Sport tyres and 2.6 tonnes of body weight. This is not a natural track car, and hard use did eventually see the brakes catch fire.
Wow. Nice. Yeah.
I don't mean to damn it with faint praise, but this is the most dynamic Range Rover there has ever been.
This car is Range Rover's guilty secret. It's the car they probably don't want to admit they make, while simultaneously profiting from it as much as they can. And they will be profiting. This thing is £171,000 before carbon for an Edition 1, and despite that, all 550 have already been sold. That is Lamborghini money. And despite what they say, this is not as nimble and taut as an Urus, although it is quite a lot more comfortable. But it can't defy physics. Now, let's take this back to the question we started with. Is this the world's most ridiculous performance car? Well, no, it's not actually. The old one was considerably dafter and more unhinged than this. This one is quite sophisticated.
This is the new Defender Octa, the wildest Land Rover and therefore one of the most extreme 4x4s ever made. And that over there, that is wild and windy South Africa. You can probably see where we're going with this. In this video, we're going to be putting the £160,000 Octa Edition 1 through the ringer in a harsh and unforgiving landscape. Well, harsh and unforgiving for the car. To find out if a top shelf spec means it can handle everything we throw at it. We're talking about a rally stage, off-roading trails, on-road tests, wading, and stick around to the end if you want to see how it handles itself in the sand dunes. Okay, so let's start with that name, Octa. It refers to the 8 sides of a diamond, apparently, because a diamond is the hardest and most durable mineral on Earth. We shall see whether the same can be said about this car. How do you tell an Octa apart from a standard Defender? Well, there's a few telltale signs. You've got different front and rear bumpers, you've got quad exhausts at the back, you've got a different grille here to feed more air into the more powerful engine, which we'll talk about in a bit. You've got a unique Pharaoh green colour on this Edition 1. Well, it was Pharaoh green before we covered it in dirt. You've got bits of chopped carbon fibre trim, monster wheel arches, 68mm wider than the standard car, 33-inch tyres, 28mm more ride height, and that's probably enough for you to be getting on with. But the bit that you should really care about right now is under here, the engine. So you can get the standard Defender with the 5-litre supercharged V8, but this is a BMW sourced 4.4-litre twin turbo V8 producing 626 brake horsepower, which is quite a lot of power. Land Rover also claims it will do 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds. 3.8, that's ridiculous. That's the same as a Ferrari F50. I think we should give that a go, shouldn't we? Yeah, we'll give that a go. Okay, so for maximum launch, we need to put the car into its dynamic mode, which is one press of this button here on the wheel. That's done it. The gearbox is in sport, and then you just stomp on the brake and stomp on the throttle and then release the brake. Slightly downhill, straight stretch of very quiet road I found here, because a little gravity assistance never hurt anyone. Right, here we go. A little lag on takeoff, and now we're flying 80 for 100. That's 100, 0 to 60. You can time it at home. Not sure how fast that was, but for a 2.5 ton car, that felt completely unnecessary, but utterly addictive. I'll tell you what, the lack of pitch for a car this big and this high riding, pitch being the nose rising up when you floor the throttle, the lack of pitch was bloody impressive. And I've got to say, this engine, I'm running a V8 Defender 130 at the moment. That's a supercharged 5-litre. This is a twin turbo. The throttle response, pretty much the same, but once the engines are up and running, this one just has a good deal more wallop. What we need now, really, in an ideal world, is a Ferrari F50. And as luck would have it, if you look out that window, no, I haven't got one. Got confiscated at customs. Next up is the suspension. Don't worry, we're going to talk about the G.I. Joe tyres in just a minute. It's called 6D active air suspension, essentially height adjustable air suspension, but now you've got these very fancy hydraulically linked dampers. It's the same system that you get on the Range Rover Sport SV, similar to the system you get on a McLaren, which is quite outrageous considering what a lump this thing is. The idea is that it should eliminate pitch and dive and roll on the road, and then when you're off-road, because you don't need anti-roll bars, you get more axle articulation. And if going very fast off-road is your thing, this car has another very special trick up its sleeve. All right, welcome everyone to the Octa Arena, which is why I'm wearing this silly looking helmet. Now, this is an off-road track cut into the sand in this incredible reserve that we got access to here called Bushman's Kloof. Now, my secret sauce here is something called Octa mode. A long press of this button on the steering wheel and it activates that. That is your sort of fast off-road Baja mode, if you like, if we're talking Ford Raptors. It sends about 80% of the power to the rear wheels, it loosens off the roll resistance, but keeps the damping high and basically ensures that we should be about to have quite a lot of fun Here we go. It's a combination of very slow stuff. There's some deep ruts in the sand, so at that point we're just a passenger really. We're just going to follow the ruts like this corner here. But when it opens up, we'll see if we can get this car to move around a little bit. We got the ESC off and we got the Opta mode on. There are some ruts, and here is a river crossing that I need to crawl across. Otherwise, this would be the world's shortest drive around the Opta Arena. Now, I remember from my briefing that there's a big rock around this corner. There it is. Don't smash into that. And we're off. Wow. It is called Opta. It's supposed to be tough as a diamond. We're about to find out, aren't we? Little touch of the brakes, turn in. Ooh, a little bit wide there. Yeah, you can feel it moving around under you. I've just got to trust that this thing is built tough, because it feels like utter punishment to a 160 grand luxury car. But look, that's why we're here in South Africa. This is what it's built for. I mean, Land Rover literally designed this track. Okay, so the steering is probably the biggest story for me with the Opta. The ratio on the standard Defender, about 17.5 to 1, I think. Here it's been reduced right down to 13.5 to 1. So the first thing you notice when you get in this car for the first time is the steering is properly quick. Properly quick. So yeah, you don't need to be crossing your hands over at all. Gives it a much livelier front end. Gives it a really kind of sporty feeling, which is so bizarre when you look at the size and the weight of this thing. You got bigger brakes on this, 400mm front discs. Not that we're using much brakes here. It's a lot of momentum. The sand will slow you down, hopefully, eventually. Right, there's loads of crests out here. It's quite rutted. We're the last of the day to go around this track, and you can see it's been given a pretty good workout by the other guys, but still good fun. It's good fun to take a Defender traditionally that's just good at off-road driving, slow, conquering all sorts of surfaces slowly and surely. This one's, it's got another gear, hasn't it? And what I'm realizing about the Opta is it's about bandwidth. We've done some pretty serious off-road stuff and it copes with it, as you'd expect with a Defender that's on proper advanced all-terrain tyres. It was good on the road. It was good on the road despite those all-terrain tyres, and now it's got this kind of Baja side to its character where it can handle a bit of speed and a bit of sideways and a bit of air if we find an appropriate crest to jump over. It's properly good fun. And then add into the fact that it looks mean. It's going to look flipping cool wherever you go in this thing, especially the African bush. Okay, next up is wheels and tyres, and it's handy, isn't it, when you have one displayed perfectly on the back of the car. You've got three options when it comes to the Defender Opta. You can have 22-inch wheels on all-season tyres with a top speed of 150 miles an hour. Here, we've got the 20-inch wheels with the all-terrain tyres. Two types of all-terrain tyres. The intermediate ones, BF Goodrich's 130 mile an hour top speed. These are the advanced all-terrain tyres. Land Rover's been referring to them as professional off-road tyres, which is reassuring. Goodyear, Duratrax, limited top speed to 100 miles an hour. But what we lose in top speed, we should gain in off-road stickiness. This does look like I'm about to drive into a wall. Now, the Defender should do this sort of thing for breakfast. We've got extra ground clearance, we've got even gnarlier tyres, so I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Right, time to drive up the wall. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. Right, nose to the sky.
Keep going.
All I can see is big African sky. No idea what's going on. No idea what's going on. Oh yeah, baby. That probably looked a lot harder than it actually is. But look, this is what the Defender does off-road. There's a lot of computers, there's a lot of software, there's a lot of cleverness going on underneath me to make me look like an off-roading god. And the Opta, well, it's just that little bit better equipped. In fact, I'm so relaxed, I might as well tell you about the interior. It's pretty much standard Defender. You've got these slightly fancy body and soul seats, they call them, because when they play you music, not only do you hear it, you also feel the bass and the vibration through the seats. There's also a bit more bolstering. They're also finished not in leather, but this kind of lovely kind of textile material with this chopped carbon fibre everywhere, which I've seen before. I think there's a bit of a fashion emerging for this chopped carbon fibre. Normally I think it looks horrible. For some reason it kind of works in here. God, what's happening to me? Yeah, that's good ride height. This is of course in its silly maximum wading height for the air suspension, but whatever mode you're in, the Octa sits 28 millimeters higher than the standard Defender, and there's a couple of grueling tasks I can think of to put that to the test. If we encountered a river, we'd probably be able to drive through it without a worry in the world, because the standard Defender has a wading depth of 900 millimeters. Here we have a full meter. Unfortunately, the riverbed was bone dry, so here's some footage Land Rover grabbed earlier. Where else would a lot of fresh air under the car be handy? Oh yes. Okay, so Octa in the sand dunes. We're here in Lambert's Bay. We are obviously in sand mode. We've got the ESC off. And because I might be that guy, that idiot that gets stuck, there's bound to be someone today, a couple of excuses to start with. These aren't probably the ideal tyres for this exercise. Ideally, what you want is all-season tyres, something with a little bit of slip. What we've got here is the advanced all-terrains that we've been running on for the entire trip. So they've got quite stiff sidewalls, but we have aired them down, so we are good to go. And the other thing is the sand here is very fine sand, very different to the sand that you find in Dubai, I'm told. Not that I've done much dune bashing in Dubai, but there we go. Now you might have seen the news that Land Rover are going to enter the Defender into the Dakar Rally. So this year, January 25, they were support cars. Next year, 2026, there is going to be a works entry, 3 cars. They're going to be race versions of this, the Defender Octa. So I can't help feeling that this might be a tryout, you know. They're probably watching me. You never know. You never know. They haven't announced their 3 drivers yet, so there's a chance. That's all I'm saying. If I don't bin it, I could be in to win it. Okay, I'll admit, despite our best efforts, we didn't manage to break the Octa. Conclusion? Yes, it's excess all areas and mostly unnecessary, but as we've proved, this isn't just some Gucci spec special for showing off around Kensington, although that's inevitably where a lot of them will end up. It's tough as old boots and has more agility and stability than it has any right to, which is in large part down to the boot camp that they put this car through. To tell us a bit more about that, there's one bloke we need to talk to. Matt Becker.
Wow.
I promised you I wasn't going to play my drum, but I did.
Very good.
First of all, thanks for this, but also I've got an apology. So I tried to break the Octa today.
Yeah.
Didn't manage it. I know you like breaking cars. If you break something, then you know how to fix it and improve it, right? So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Talk about the testing with this car. How's it different from Defender and other models? Because I know you went to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, basically, as you know, I'm 3 years into my journey now at JLR, and certainly with the Octa, we went to, to be honest, I hadn't been to Dubai before.
Yeah.
That was great. I did it with some of the Range Rover products, but actually to take Octa there as well, we went there with the car, really extreme condition, but this car will just go anywhere and everywhere. Going to Les Tours, which is a test site down in south of France, which is a World Rally test site and a Dakar test site. And I must admit, because I'd never really done jumps in cars before,
yeah.
and some of the engineers...
There's nothing to it, is it? Just strap myself in and hit it.
And they're like, no, keep going.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's pretty extreme stuff. And as you would have seen today, some of the stuff we've done with the car is pretty extreme, but the testing we did was beyond that.
Yeah.
So the car went to different tyre test facilities like Le Doux in France, which Michelin's test facility, Nürburgring, The only place I didn't personally go to was Moab for the rock crawl stuff. I couldn't fit it in, unfortunately.
Matt, you made your built your career on tuning the ride and handling for sort of lightweight sports cars at Lotus, sort of GTs and supercars at Aston. What's the difference? How do you tame a sort of 2.5 ton SUV, or is it same job, slightly different physics?
I think it's a similar job. You're always trying to achieve the same. It doesn't matter what car you do, and you're always trying to get that level of engagement with the car.
Yeah.
And I think the different thing with this car, or perhaps I wasn't used to, do an Aston DBX as well, was how much beyond that car, what this car will do in terms of the real extreme off-road, the big jumps and all that sort of stuff. So it's still the same philosophy in terms of what you tune. It's just, as I said, there's new things I've learned, and we never stop learning, and there's things that you bolt onto the top of that, and working with the clever engineers at JLR that did it.
Did you benchmark? Did you have any sort of rivals along that you were?
We did, yeah. I probably shouldn't say who they were, but yeah, we did, and to be honest, we did break them. So we kind of knew where the level was in terms of, I won't name names because that'd be unprofessional, but yeah, we did do a lot of benchmarking with this car, and we knew how far we wanted to push the kind of extremities of this machine.
Right, the suspension, the 6D dynamic air suspension.
Yeah, so just clarify what 6D means.
Yeah, go on
6 degrees of freedom.
Well, you can explain the whole thing, because I've given the headlines to the viewers, but you know it better than anyone.
6 degrees of freedom is forward, back, up, down, left, right. And basically, with the way the 6D suspension works, it has no anti-roll bars. It's hydraulically linked corner to corner. And effectively what we can do is we can manage how much pressure we put into the accumulator on each corner, which effectively manages how much roll angle we can have in the car.
Yeah.
Having no anti-roll bars allows you to have greater articulation, and it removes any torque or friction to allow the wheels to move. And you would have witnessed today, you may not have realised it or not, but when you're driving in grass, gravel, snow or mud and ruts, effectively what is happening is the comfort valves are fully open, so it's effectively like having no anti-roll bar.
Yeah.
And you would feel in the car, you're not getting any what we call head toss, which is when your head tosses side to side. You wouldn't feel any of that, and there's a reason for that, because you're effectively taking any resistance of the suspension away. So effectively what the 6D suspension does is it's got a massive bandwidth of what the car can do, and there's a reason why we took you on road, we took you on fast gravel, we took you on what was called the Octa Arena today. We took you on mud and ruts and rock crawl to basically show, because every single one of those different modes has a different setting for the suspension.
Yeah.
Every single one.
So it's like you thought about it.
Yeah, we
Thought about this launch pad. It's pretty well.
Yeah.
But like it's almost like a magic technology for you and your role, because you're like, what I'd like is something that's, softer, more articulation, but still excellent body control, and you're just like suddenly, oh well, how about this hydraulically linked
yeah, because it basically gives you technology. This gives you a greater bandwidth of what you can do with the car, because any car you develop, and I've done many of them now, there's always a compromise somewhere, and what enables or reduces that compromise is the technology you can use on the car.
Yeah.
So effectively, as I said, the standard car has a roll gradient, so basically how much it rolls.
Yeah.
It's, roll
so it's
per
like
G.
degrees of
roll per 1G lateral acceleration.
Yeah, okay.
So the standard car's around, 6 degrees per G. This car in Octa mode will be 6 degrees per G, because effectively what we want for Octa mode, which is for fast gravel, we want the articulation so that the car's not getting disturbed. You as a driver's not getting disturbed, but we want the maximum damping, because as you saw today in the Octa Arena, and some of those big impacts you're hitting, well, we have to control the wheel as it comes up or goes
bouncing off them.
Otherwise, the wheel wouldn't have a. So the dampers basically have a huge range of force available to basically control the wheels. But then on-road comfort, what you don't want a car is rolls too much.
So when you put it in performance mode on road, what kind of roll?
So if you take comfort mode is about just over 4 degrees per G.
Yeah.
So again, it's less than the base car. Dynamic is about just over 3 degrees per G.
Okay.
And then Octa is just over 6 degrees per G.
Yeah.
So basically, and with an anti-roll bar system, unless you have an e-arc system on the car, which you can't purely disconnect, then you would have those compromises. And again, what 6D has allowed us to do is to basically open up bandwidth.
Yeah.
And as I said, there's a reason why we're taking you on all the surfaces we took you on today.
Yeah, fantastic. How upset will you be for someone that buys an Octa and just drives it around in the middle of London, sure enough? It's got to hurt you deeply.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it's the same with any supercar. I mean, yeah, I'm sure people are buying 911 GT3s. They're never going to take it to the extreme of the cars are capable of. Yes, we want, you know, all the effort that's gone into this car in terms of what it's capable of doing and continually capable of doing is we want people to use the cars in the way it's been developed.
Yeah.
But you're going to get people that probably drive over some curbs and that's about all they'll ever do. I hope they don't, and I hope people actually get the cars and use them properly.
Well, I think they're going to find it's very good at driving over curbs and pulling up outside the coffee shop.
Yeah.
And I can heartily recommend bringing it to South Africa if that's what you want to do. But yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. That's really useful. Are you sure you don't want to go on my bongo?
I don't want to go on your bongo. Yeah. I'm okay.
I tried. Ollie! That didn't sound good. Oh no.
This is a really easy bit.
Go to your local outdoor shop and just buy a really good tent. How on earth is this going to work? Hello and welcome to Johnson Valley in California. This thing here, by the way, is the Tesla Cybertruck, in case you hadn't heard of it before. And tonight I'm going to be sleeping in it, which is probably an absolutely terrible idea, but there you go. Ollie Marriage is going to be along in a minute. He's in the Rivian R1T, so we can compare and contrast. But before he gets here, I want to get camp fully set up, and we've got plenty of toys to play with because Tesla has kitted out this Cybertruck with pretty much every accessory that you can get, some of which aren't even on sale or we haven't even seen yet. So speaking of which, let's start around the front where we'll find many goodies. Look at this, the Cyber Cooler. It is what it says on the tin, quite literally, a cooler that looks a little bit like a Cybertruck. This is a 101, it's a prototype, so please excuse some of the slightly scruffy edges, but yeah, it's cool, isn't it? And makes proper use of the space that you've got under the front. And when we go out and do the off-roading, we're going to be smashing around in the desert tomorrow. This is going to be very useful, full of ice and full of beers, I mean water. This over here is another Cybertruck branded up accessory. This is your tire inflator, which you can plug into the power outlets in the bed and let your tires down or pump them back up when you need more grip in the sand. We're going to be hooning around off-road in the desert tomorrow, so I'm sure that's going to be useful when we hit the dunes. And I've also got a banana. Now, there were some slightly alarming videos online with people putting carrots in this edge of their frunk on their Cybertruck and it just slicing straight through the carrot because the sensors weren't sensitive enough to stop it. I haven't heard of anyone actually slicing their fingers off, but supposedly Tesla has improved things. So I'm going to shut the frunk and I'm going to stick my banana in there. And the banana's intact. So, health and safety is all in order and we'll continue with the tour. Other accessories, so you see up here really nicely, sleekly integrated is the spotlight, designed specifically for the Cybertruck. That's going to be excellent for blinding Ollie while he's trying to sleep later on. We've also got the roof bars. So these are quite clever. They're kind of telescopic, they're extendable. So when you get to the wider bits of the roof, you can just use the same bar but extended out. There's 4 mounting points, so you can have 4 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down your truck, and then you can add all sorts of third-party accessories to the top of them. And now we get to the main event, the back of the truck. Before I show you the tent and what we've got stashed back here, I need to put the truck into tent mode. Now you can do that from the main screen, but you can also do it from your phone. So I'm going to activate tent mode now, and that will level out the suspension. It's also going to open up the cover here so we can get access to the tent. And now I'm going to jump in the back. This tent, we've got some things down here. I'm going to call them cyber boxes. They are quite literally boxes to put your things in, but they have Cybertruck logos on them, therefore cost more money than normal boxes. But also they slot perfectly, 3 abreast at the back, and then you can have another 3 across the back here, and they slot into these running rails so they don't move back and forth, and you can slide them easily, and they fit perfectly underneath this tent. This space underneath the tent, by the way, is perfect for the range extender battery that Tesla hasn't released yet. It's all been designed to fit together perfectly, and that's really what makes this tent a bit different. If you look at the tent on the back of the Rivian R1T, it's a more traditional kind of roof tent that's strapped to the bars. This is designed to fit under the tonneau cover, so it's hidden from the elements, it's tucked away, and you've still got plenty of space left in your bed. But I know what you want. You want to see me struggling to put it up and assemble it. Right, so the first thing you have to do is release this bar that goes across the back here. That didn't sound good. I'm a genius. Unzip this waterproof cover. Do you need a waterproof cover? Nearly $3,000 for one of these, which is, let's face it, an obscene amount of money, but it is co-designed and co-produced with a company called Heim Planet. And if you haven't heard of them, they're the ones that made their name with these really cool inflatable pole kind of geodome style tents that cost quite a lot of money. So it is high-end design, this, and this whole thing should fold forward. Anyone could do it. Release these legs there, and another one on the other side. This is going worryingly well, and that just sits down there on your tailgate. That moment whenever you're setting up a tent, when you get the fear because you're like, how on earth is this going to work? You follow me down the side of the car, I'm going to show you. So this is a special clip that they've designed that mounts right on the apex of the Cybertruck's roof. There we go, you squeeze the clip like that, it slots right onto that edge, and then this little bar, there we go. Right, so that's snug. I'm going to do the same on the other side, hopefully with a bit more finesse than I did the first one. It has got a full set of instructions hidden under the bed somewhere there, but I don't read instructions. I need to pull out this bag. A cyber pump. Well, it's just a pump really. Come on, Jack, you can do this. Oh no, I wasn't listening when they did this bit, clearly. Here we go. Right. Ah. Oh no, look. And oh, look at that! Oh, there's a little clip here that I forgot to put on. And that's why we're getting a little bit saggy. That looks a bit... Maybe just... Let's take this off. Oh no. Took the wrong bit off. Couple of setbacks, I'm not going to lie, but the tent is fully erect, and now I'm even going for it by doing the awning as well. I've had to borrow some light from the camera crew because I couldn't see a thing. So this should be straightforward for anyone with plenty of tent experience like me. This isn't a problem. Sticks, guy ropes, pegs, the basics. Is this going to survive the desert winds? We go for the second one. Tighten up this. Oh yeah. The bed is looking fabulous. Come and have a look at this. So you've got the bed lights that would naturally be in the truck of the bed. They're diffused through the side of the tent. You can control those via the app. So when it's time for beddy buys, you can switch them off. There's also a pass-through, so you can stick your wires down, plug things into the outlets in the bed and charge up your phone or whatever you need to do when you're going to bed. In fact, come on! This is luxurious. I have to say, for $3,000 is a lot of money. And it doesn't look anything like those original renderings that Tesla released when they first showed the Cybertruck, these sort of digital pictures of what this tent could look like. But they had to go away and engineer it. They had to make it fit, they had to make it, they had to make it cooperate with the weird shapes and angles of this truck. And I think they've done a really good job. It's a really clever piece of integration, and if you've got money to burn, well, I'll be ticking that box. Right. Enough of that. I need an Ollie marriage and I need a Rivian R1T, and quite frankly I need my supper.
I'm here!
Well done. Better late than never.
See you.
Yeah, good to see you.
This is all very exciting, isn't it?
Still very exciting. So my tent is set up. It is perfect. No mistakes. Went up in one go.
Really?
Easy peasy. You've got to do yours in the dark.
Yeah, I haven't got much light, have I?
Yeah.
Apart from your little...
I've got a treat for you.
Have you?
Do you want some more light?
Obviously want more light.
Come on.
Pitch black out
Right.
here. The stars are amazing, though.
You might want to get your sunglasses on for this. Hey!
That's fantastic. It looks amazingly sinister from here.
Have some of that. Right, you crack on, do your tent.
Will do.
And I'll go somewhere else and not help you.
Righty-ho. Okay. I will have a go. Unlike Jack's flashy Heim Planet on the back of the Cybertruck, I've got a fairly conventional roof tent here, which means I am dealing with zips, buckles, and Velcro. Quite a lot of it, actually, all the way around here. And I can stick it in the boot. Let's tuck that in there. And then I've got an idea. There we go. Right, and because I weigh less than 110 kilos, I can stand on this. And then, this is a really easy bit. You just use the ladder as a lever and pull the thing over. There you go. That's it. Flick that over there. That's gonna be really comfy. Got a built-in mattress, just like Jack's. Oh, it's gonna be great. Jack, when's dinner?
How do you like your steak, Ollie? Rare or extremely rare? I'll tell you what though, $20 grill,
Yeah.
and it's sizzling. In fact, hold that thought. I'm gonna turn it over. Confident you're gonna have a good night's sleep in that thing?
I am actually, yeah. My mattress got a good bit of padding in it. How's yours?
A little bit of padding, yeah. I think I'm gonna be cold. I've basically bought a cheap sleeping bag and that's it.
Yeah. I've already got the hat and the coat on. It's
Mr.
chilly.
Outdoors. I reckon we go to Betty Buys, leave the steak on, it should be done for breakfast.
Done for breakfast. Yeah. Have it with a cup of tea in the morning. That's how you eat steak, isn't it?
The thickness of that thing. Sleep well.
Yeah. Righty-ho.
See you in the morning.
Night, mate.
Night! Oh, that was interesting. Let's call it interesting. It was absolutely freezing, which is why I'm still fully clothed as I was when I went to bed. And I had a thought at about 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. I should have bought a heated blanket and plugged it in there, and then I would have been toasty warm. Oh well, we got through the night, and I've got something that might just warm those cockles. Lovely. Ollie, coffee's up if you're ready.
Perfect timing, Jack.
There we go. Cup of cyber
genius. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just be careful, it's not great. Sleep well?
Yeah, I did actually, but what I forgot to do, I just realised looking at yours, is I didn't level mine up. I didn't play with enough of the settings inside. Because it's really cool in that Rivian. You can like level it up like you can yours. It's got like floodlights in the mirrors. It's got a camp mode. Cars that are designed for camping. I like this though. This is good.
They do lend themselves to it, don't they? EVs. You know,
Yeah.
Look at all the stuff. We cooked a steak. We've made a coffee. We've strung up some lights badly. You know, and you've got all these self-leveling camp roads. You know, I think it works well. I mean, the drawback really is range. These cars could take you out to the wilderness, but you've got to make sure. We've got to make sure that we don't get too far away from the town down there where they've got Tesla Cybertrucks, or we're like in all sorts of trouble. So go on then, what do you reckon? Pros and cons of the Rivian?
So yours looks so well integrated and really cool, and that is basically just a standard roof tent on the back of a Rivian.
The fact that they've tucked it sort of here is really clever, because then it's covered, it's away from the elements.
But I do like them, and I think those are really good. They're really well made. Really solid, slept really well, nice comfortable mattress.
Yeah.
No real drawbacks to it.
Yeah, it was definitely quicker to set up than my one, but having said that, it was the first time I'd ever set this thing up. So, you know, I'd slice my time in half if I had another go. That's enough sleeping in cars. Should we go and do what we really like, which is driving them fast? Come on, what are we doing? Let's crack on.
Right, I'll race you.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Welcome to Utah, home to a little town called Moab. This is Big Sky, Thelma and Louise, Red Rock and Canyons country. America at its most American.
It's also a mecca for off-road enthusiasts who travel here in their hundreds of thousands every year to scare themselves witless on trails like this one with 1,000-foot drops over there. It's fun, apparently, so we thought we'd give this great American tradition a go.
But there's more to Moab than just scrabbling around on a cliff edge playing rock, paper, scissors with the Grim Reaper. The town itself is brimming with tradition. Founded by missionaries and miners, it was once the uranium capital of the world, which is how most of these trails were plotted out in the first place, looking for minerals in vehicles far less capable than ours. But it's four-wheel tourism that's taken over these days thanks to friendly-sounding trails like Hell's Revenge, Poison Spider, and the one we'll be attempting not to die on, Cliffhanger.
If you've ever been to the Nürburgring in Germany, you'll know the experience starts way before you've spanned your tuned Golf R into the Armco at turn 2. You start to drive into town, you see the tuning shops dotted around, the density of interesting cars increases, and then eventually you're right in the middle of it, surrounded by the track and iconic places to stay and eat.
Moab is America's Nürburgring, just with less speed, more axle articulation. There are 4x4 workshops everywhere to get you fixed up and back out on the trail ASAP, places to rent wheels if you don't have anything suitable yourself, and you'll find institutions like Milt's, the Moab Diner, and Lynn Ottinger's rock shop that's full of dinosaur bones and fossils Lynn's been digging up since the 1930s. Oh, and the actual anvil used to make shoes for Butch Cassidy's horse. Anyway, souvenirs purchased, it was time to meet the man who'd be keeping us safe on our adventure.
Okay, so if there's anyone that knows this town best, it's this man right here. Jim Horn, he works for a company called Jeep Jamboree. He's going to be guiding us today, keeping us out of trouble. And you also live here in Moab.
I do.
So what is it that makes this town so special, unique?
You know, I mean, it's definitely one of the most beautiful places in the world, but it's just the raw freedom of being able to go out here and wheel and have a good time, definitely on trail, but just the beauty and the ruggedness, it draws from people from all over the world.
It feels like a good time town, like everyone's here for recreation and just to enjoy themselves.
It is.
All of that. Okay, so the trail we're doing today, Cliffhanger. I'll be honest, I picked it because the name sounded cool. How difficult is it? How does it rate on the sort of rank of
It's
trails
above
out here?
moderate for sure.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't run that trail without at least 35-inch tires and
All right.
a couple inches of lift and front and rear lockers.
Okay.
Like this Jeep right here, super capable, but it might not look exactly like this by the end of the day.
It is a bit clean, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's fresh,
yeah. You
fresh
can't
out
have
of
a
the
Jeep like this in Moab. So.
No, but we're good. I mean, I'm just looking at your Jeep over there. That's had some work done. That's got bigger tires and that's been beefed up, right?
Yeah. That Jeep gets used every day, so the bigger the better.
I'm feeling a little outgunned right now because this is the hybrid as well. So we're going to be running around on electric power when
cool.
when we don't need more than 100 horsepower, and then the four-cylinder engine's going to kick in.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get laughed off the trail in a hybrid, am I?
No way. I can tell already your driving skill is important, and you're going to crush it out there.
And that
with
is
this
based
Jeep.
entirely on me moving it from a car park over here to a car park over here. I can tell Jim knows his stuff. Right, just one last thing. I want to get the doors off this.
Sure.
Can you help me do that?
Oh, love to.
All right, and we need to get some air out the tyres, right?
Sounds good. Yeah,
Air down.
definitely.
Okay, let's grab the tools.
Eventually, the Jeep was naked, we had everything we needed, and it was time to conquer the cliffhanger.
Falling slowly, let go and feel free. Rolling under the stars.
This is just insane. We've only just turned off the tarmac. We're not even on the trail yet. This is the dusty road that leads up to it, and it's already one of the most beautiful roads I've ever seen. Right, the car, we need to talk about the car. It's a Jeep, you've probably noticed. Now, we could have done this in a Bronco, in a Land Rover, a Rivian even, but we've done it in a Jeep because out here, Jeep isn't just a manufacturer. Jeep is a religion, a cult almost, and I was slightly worried that if I did it in anything else, a friendly local might push me over the edge. So the exact car we got is a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 20th anniversary 4xe, which means this is a plug-in hybrid. So you've got a 2-litre turbocharged petrol engine and electric motors, total of 375 horsepower and 470 pounds-feet of torque, which should be plenty for the job in hand. And this 20th anniversary model, among some choice modifications, has ½ an inch of extra lift over the standard Rubicon. ½ an inch. Is that going to make a difference?
Then we arrived at our first genuinely challenging obstacle of the day, a set of steps that, without Jim cheerily waving me on, I probably would have turned around and gone back to the hotel.
I'm just waiting for a clunk. Like that one. Oh my word. I mean, is there skill to this? I'm going to claim there is, but oh, sorry Jeep, I'm so sorry. This must look bonkers from the outside. Cars aren't supposed to do this. I'm nearly there. Hopefully I'll have some car left by the time I get to the bottom. Here I come. Flat land. And just a quick look up the hill at what I've just come down. How on earth is that possible? Baffled and slightly bruised. Onwards.
And it wasn't long until we reached our next obstacle and we started making friends.
Throttle out.
How are you going to get out there? But with style. Yeah. Right. Which way are we going? Anything some nutters on a bike can do, an inexperienced man in a Jeep can do too, right? A car shouldn't be able to go up that. I'm going to trust my guide that it will, but prepare yourself for some metal on rock. This is going to be, ooh, it's going to be crunchy. Okay, front and rear diff are now locked up. I've taken it out of EV only mode because I might need a kick of more than 100 odd horsepower to get myself up this ledge. So I've got the engine primed and ready as well. Good to go. All right. There's the crunch. Oh, the pain of this. yeah, as you can probably see, we've beached ourselves a couple of times there. Yeah, the tyres have just got nothing to grab on. So the guides are piling up a load of rocks here. Hopefully that will give us something to purchase and be able to claw our way up. I mean, I told you it looked impossible. So far, it is. No! Stuck?
Yeah, we're just gonna get you wedged. We'll just get you off real quick.
Might be a little bit stuck. Just a tiny bit. You know when you're a little bit stuck but not fully stuck? That's where we are right now. Get the tow rope out. Come on.
Okay, so this was starting to feel like we were skiing a black run with sticks of celery attached to our feet. But we weren't giving up yet. Luckily, Jim had his tow rope handy to unwedge us, which gave us some time to realise just what we got ourselves into.
It's 12:30 and we're a fraction of the way in.
Yes.
So we got to get all the way up here before it gets dark and we're eaten by coyotes. No? Bears?
We'll leave you some snacks.
We brought lunch, right?
And while I was busy worrying about the lunch situation, Jim and his team had finally freed our Jeep, and boy had I made a mess of it.
Okay, damage assessment time. These rock sliders along the side, yeah, they're pretty scuffed up. The rear wheel arch where we were leaning against that rock, same for the beadlock wheels, they've had a bit of a pasting. And the rear bumper, yeah, that's definitely seen better days. But the genius of the Jeep's design is the fact that all these parts are pretty cheap and pretty easily replaceable. See?
Just as well, because we still had a fair way to go on our trail, and after bump, after bump, after bump, after bump, I was starting to wonder how much of our Jeep we'd have left once we reached the end.
I don't think I appreciated how much of a contact sport this off-roading is. We spend our lives, I do at least, trying to avoid any sort of metal on rock contact. If you touch your alloy wheel on a curb, that feeling when it crunches is just, is absolutely horrible. But here, we're bumping off the scenery left, right and centre, and to begin with, yeah, I couldn't come to terms with it. Now, already, I'm getting used to it. You use the edges of the car to guide you up the hill. Oh, hang on, here's a gnarly bit. There we go, there's the scrape. There's the scrape. Oh, this is just insane.
And then suddenly, everything felt a lot more serious.
Oh, my legs have gone funny. This is no margin for error territory right now. There is a mega drop off to my left. So big, in fact, if I was to fall off, I'll probably have enough time to read a book on the way down. And I'm not normally scared of heights or adrenaline sports. I've done bungee jumps and skydives, but when that happens, you've got a big rope attached to your feet or an instructor strapped to your back. Here, it's just nothing. Me and a lot of air.
And then we arrived at the obstacle that gave this trail its name.
Jim, any last minute tips? I'm about to go over the edge.
You know what? Just drive fast and take chances, brother. I believe in you.
I would say good advice, but in this situation, perhaps not. I like your philosophy, Jim.
Go for it, man.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. I'm sorry, little Jeep, you've taken us this far. Oh. Oh. This is not right. Oh, I thought we were gonna end over end there. Oh. I'm so sorry, car. How on earth did you survive that? Ah! Oh, I feel alive. I'm alive, Jim. I'm alive. I'm surprised the car's alive, if I'm honest, but we made it.
Congratulations.
Feel the fear and do it anyway. That's my philosophy, and I've done it. Feeling good right now. Whew. I've got my Jeep, I've done the cliffhanger. Look at that view. I've never seen anything like it. Hell of a lunch spot, Jim.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, beats a soggy sandwich at my desk in London any day. Right, you got to be honest, how were we out there?
Oh, you guys crushed it. Man among men in my book, driving-wise.
Really?
You
I
did
got stuck
awesome.
in 5 minutes. Like, I was a bit worried I was letting you down, if I'm honest.
You did let me down, and that's better than getting stuck in 4 minutes. Trust me, it happens to everybody out here.
Yeah, it was part of the fun, actually. And look, the car, you know, it had to be pulled out of a few obstacles. It's crashed into a few others, but it's still going. It's a tough little factory fresh Jeep, this one.
Right off the showroom floor.
Yeah, and we're gonna have some more cred when we get back into town.
Trail cred for sure.
Yeah, we got some dents and some scratches. And speaking of which, how do we get back? Is there a nice little tarmac road that takes us back to town?
Well, I've got good news for you. If you liked it on the way up, you're going to get to do it again because that's the way back.
You're joking?
Nope.
You turn back that way.
We sure do.
Oh man, I'm not sure how much I got left in the tank, Jim.
You got enough.
We literally don't have a choice though. That's the great thing. Right, I'm gonna take my pickle. I need the energy.
The fact that you can buy a car as capable as this and drive it straight from a showroom to trails as punishing as this is astonishing. As are the things we've seen, the geography we've conquered, and the people we've met along the way. Okay, we could have done with some more clearance and needed a couple of winches to help us through, but we made it. Jeeping in Moab, get it on your bucket lists immediately. But before we skip town, just a couple more traditions.
This is the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe, which claims to be one of the most versatile family SUVs in the world, chock full of useful features that promise to make it easy to live with. To find out if it can handle life, I'm going to put it through the most thorough road test imaginable.
Yes, we're going to use the Santa Fe to tour the length and breadth of New Zealand and do a load of stuff along the way, including handing it over to a WRC driver.
What are you doing over there?
Venturing off-road round volcanoes and canyons.
Basically a big family SUV rally car.
Driving thousands of miles.
Moral of the story? You need the one with the most power.
So join us as we get under the skin of the Santa Fe and this astonishing country. Let's get stuck into it. First up, how does it cope with a sketchy road?
Welcome to Skipper's Canyon, the gnarliest and most treacherous road in the whole of New Zealand. So I've bought the Santa Fe here for two reasons. I want to find out how capable it is, but also how much confidence it gives you doing something like this. So right, modes, we need to go to terrain, and I've got a choice of snow, mud or sand. What are we on? Say it's gravel, that's probably closest to sand. We'll go with that. At the moment, the drops are on that side, and I'm very glad of that. I feel a bit more distanced from it. So although it looks suitably rugged, it's not really that sort of a car. It has no diff locks, no low range, none of that. I've got a four-wheel drive screen, but it makes all the decisions about where the power goes. So capability-wise, what we're dealing with is something that can handle all of this. It's fine, it can do this. If the going got rough, if you got into a really sort of lumps and bumps and ruts and all the rest of it, no, you're not going anywhere in this, especially not on these tyres. But it does give me confidence, this car, because in this mode, the steering is nice and accurate. The throttle is responsive. I've got manual gears back. Yeah, all the power. You feel it going to all four wheels at the same time. So this is good. Basically a big family SUV rally car. But oh my God, all you see is this teetering edge of stuff and several hundred feet of drop. Yeah, I'm not going fast through there. But it hasn't raised my blood pressure too much driving this. It hasn't stressed me out. It's been quite easy. We're nearly at the summit now. Look at this. Well done, Santa Fe. You have made it through Skipper's Canyon. Can it hold its own against architecture? Good design stands out, and compared with Santa Fe's of old, this new one is a massive departure. It's so striking, boxy and utilitarian like a Defender or Land Cruiser, designed to look like a hardcore off-roader, even though it's nothing of the sort. I wouldn't say it's 100% successful though. It seems to squat a bit on the back axle, and these rear lights are just a little bit too low. But maybe that's the point of good design. We should have opinions about it. And here's something else I've got an opinion on. Here, Hyundai have done something I've never seen before, which is fit a handle in the side, which is apparently meant to allow you to aid access to the roof. But how are you meant to use it? Are you meant to hold it and get up? Well, no, you just use the roof bar, wouldn't you? And it looks like this should fold down as like a footrest or something, but it doesn't. Nevertheless, I'm glad they've thought about things like this. And even if you never use it, how much cooler is this than a Honda CR-V or Land Rover Discovery Sport?
Details like this help show that good design is more than skin deep.
After all, you spend more of your time inside, so it's not just shape that matters, it's colours, materials and textures. The stuff that adds richness and depth to design, that makes it welcoming, somewhere you want to be.
And look at the inside of the Santa Fe. It's bold and uplifting, quite square and structural, but softened by such luxury treats as the tilt and recline front seat with its built-in leg rest. The wood is nothing of the sort, of course, but the pattern of it works, and how many other firms would dare use green plastic? Top to bottom, this is an imaginative, desirable object. Can it lap faster than a Rodin FZ?
That is the Rodin FZ, and it has been round here in 44.551 seconds. In this crucial test of a family car, we are going to see how fast the Santa Fe goes. Yeah, there we are. Right, we're off. Okay, flat out. This is a 900 metre straight with a kink in it. I think we can take the kink flat. We are doing 75 miles an hour, 80. Oh, we might actually hit 90 before the kink. Yeah, we just about will. We're flat 100 miles an hour now, and we're coming up to the 150 metre braking zone. We're doing 110, 115 miles an hour. Brakes, 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 brakes. We're down, we're in, we could have braked later. There we go, let's get it singing round there. Down to here, this one's a tight one as we're coming out. Beautiful views outside. It says the traction's off, the traction is not off. Bad traction. Is this one flat? Yes it is. Is this one flat? Yes, I think it is. Yes it is. Right, come on, back on here. Well, this one's a tricky corner. We know this one's a tricky corner. Braking, turning, we can just carry it through, I think, here. Braking, turning, carrying it through here. This one down the end, the last corner, it's a parabolica. It's a long but very small parabolica. And yes, missed the grass, this is important. And across the line.
Okay, I was a fair way off the 44.551 lap record, but in my defence, that was set by F1 driver Liam Lawson. Is it green?
Right, we are by a power station, so let's talk energy. Because there's a sliding scale for cars, isn't there? And the prevailing thinking, don't get me started on prevailing thinking, is that electric's good, diesel's bad, and petrol hybrids are somewhere in the middle, which is where the Santa Fe is, because you can't have an electric one and you can't have a diesel one either, which is a shame if you like towing. But petrol hybrid suits it well. There are two flavours and they are both pretty vanilla. Each uses a 1.6 litre turbo and electric motor. This one has 212 horsepower, or there is a plug-in version with another 40 brake that claims to do 166 mpg. Of course, it won't do that. You'll have to decide which one suits you better. But for a long-haul road trip, this one is probably the one to have. We've been getting 40 mpg against a claim of 44, which means 500 miles between fill-ups. Right, back on the road. Can you recharge while coasting down a volcano? Like every hybrid, the Santa Fe has regen braking. So I'm going to roll down Mount Ruapeo volcano and see if I can recharge the battery before I reach the bottom. That's made slightly more complicated by the fact I can't actually reach the top because of the snow outside. But anyway, let's give it a go, shall we? So, eco mode, foot off the brake, let gravity take its course. Right, let's go. And when we pick up a bit of speed, I'll stick a bit of regen braking, which you do with the paddles here. So yeah, that's 20 k's an hour, 12 miles an hour. We'll go a bit quicker, I think, even in the snow. I think we're all right. It's not a spectator sport, this, but it's sort of satisfying. It's a curious satisfaction to not just losing brake energy to heat, but putting it back in to help you get going. Go give it level 2 on the paddles. Yeah, and you're getting good flow. You can see all the graphs here. You see all those numbers coming back up. Level 3 regen. Even in level 3, the regen isn't that strong in here. It could be stronger. But look, we're doing well. We're at over 80% charged now. I reckon we might do this, actually. I think we might fill the battery completely by the time we get to the bottom. Got an uphill section here, but I'm doing 40 miles an hour. I think I'll be all right. Roll up and over this. Yeah, lost a bit of momentum, though. I wonder if rocking helps. Come on, more momentum. I don't think I'm making much of a difference. There we go, 30 miles an hour still. It's working though, all filling up. There you go, look, I get a message here. Recuperative braking not available, battery fully charged. Perfect. How much boost does a full battery give you? Not a lot. You can hear how hard the engine is working, and it's not making a very pretty noise. It's quite coarse in here. And the electric is running out fast because the battery is tiny in this one, just 1.4 kilowatt hours. I'm in sport mode now, and the gear change paddles are at least change paddles, not regen, but the shift isn't exactly snappy. It's better to just lock it in gear, fourth for instance, and just accelerate through corners, because then you can feel what 64 horsepower of electric is giving you. The rest of the time, it just feels like you're driving a strained 1.6 that's having to work very hard and not doing very much. Actually, up here, our average fuel economy has now dropped from 40 mpg closer to 30. There's better news for the handling and steering, as it's faithful and goes where it's told, actually. And I quite like the steering weight in here, but the ride on these 20s isn't plush, and the chassis just lets a little bit too much vibration through. The best way to describe it is that the Santa Fe isn't as sophisticated to drive as it is to look at. You can see the power being shunted around on the graphs, but I don't think you need four-wheel drive particularly in here. Save yourself a couple of grand and have a two-wheel drive version if you're just going to be doing ordinary family stuff. Instead, spend 2,800 quid on the plug-in version, which gives you a bit more speed and a lot more silent driving. Moral of the story? You need the one with the most power. How supportive are the rear seats? This is Hayden Padden, ex-Hyundai WRC driver and proud Kiwi. Let's get Hayden to drive, shall we?
Yeah, buckle up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like way in the back.
Yeah. There we go.
All happy?
Yeah, happy. I'm not sure they had this in mind when they designed the Santa Fe.
Let's see what top speed we can get down here. Oh yeah, 160.
Right, braking.
It's actually hanging on pretty good.
Yeah.
For an SUV, you probably got to have no tyres left for the rest of your road trip. Into the S's. Use all the curb. Are you hanging on?
Yeah, all good, all good. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those brakes are biting all right.
It's got good brakes.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to see a rally driver knows his way around a circuit as well.
Yeah, where's the pace notes? It's built for comfort, not performance.
Yeah.
You just got to wait. What are you doing over there? Don't worry, we're coming back in a minute.
Excellent. Good news.
Hang on, I'll help you out.
There we go. Oh,
there you go.
There we go.
I can give this another 200 horsepower and it's probably almost a race car.
See if I can do it arms up in the air. Yeah, there's not that much lateral support in the seats back here.
Yeah, the tyres are about on the limit there.
Yeah, so am I.
As long as you're not leaving skid marks as well, we're fine.
Once Hayden had finished tearing the tyres off it, it was time to adopt a slower pace of life. Can it look after me on the go? This is what a family car needs to deal with. The Santa Fe seats up to 7, but are there enough USB ports and cup holders to go round? Let's find out. In total, we counted 16, yes 16 cup holders, but only 6 USB ports. Someone's going to go short. But look around at the other neat features in here. One button press and the middle seat tilts and slides forward, and for all your fruit carrying needs there's a centre cubby that's hinged at both ends and has a pull-out drawer underneath. And then we get to the pièce de résistance. You know how it goes, you're walking along with your lovely banana when oh no, you're thinking, I haven't broken the international 5-second rule, but I'm not sure I want to eat that. Don't worry, I will stick it in the Santa Fe's UV sterilisation chamber. The what? That's right, we have a UV sterilisation chamber. You simply press this little button here, pop that in there, close it up, and press that button there. And 10 minutes later, on second thoughts, can it help you see Mars? According to Hyundai, if you fold the rear seats, what you have is not a big boot, but a terrace-like space suitable for festivals, picnics and camping. Well, I am in the perfect spot for a bit of stargazing. So I'm just going to jump in and wait for the magic to happen. That's 1,949 litres of space you're looking at. And then, once night fell and the clouds rolled away, considerably more space than that. Right, some practical information while you watch some beautiful bits of New Zealand fly by. The Santa Fe starts at £46,775 for a plain hybrid, £51,885 if you want a plug-in with its 34 miles of electric-only range. There are 3 trim levels available, and to be honest, Base Premium gives you pretty much everything you need. It'll cost you roughly £6,000 more for a top-spec calligraphy like this one, if you absolutely must have the sterilisation chamber, reclining seats, side grab handles and so on. So here we are, the end of the road after driving the Santa Fe over 3,000 kilometres through New Zealand. So what's it been like? Well, the engine is a bit gruff and gutless, but in every other regard it has come up trumps. It's spacious, cleverly designed for families, desirable, and looks great whatever environment you stick it in. And boy, have we stuck it in some environments. Mountains, beaches, racetracks, snow, canyons. It has handled them all. It'll handle anything you throw at it too. And with that, back to the UK.
This is the new Hummer EV. It's the size of a small planet and probably more powerful too. Get this £110,000 edition 1 version has 3 electric motors, 2 on the rear axle, 1 on the front, producing 1,000 horsepower and 1,200 pounds-feet of torque. So it will do 0 to 62 in 3 seconds flat, meaning it's basically as quick as a Ferrari 296 GTB off the line. And that's not even the scary bit. It's got a claimed range of 329 miles, which to be fair is fairly good, but only because it's got an absolutely massive battery pack, 205 kilowatt hours, or the equivalent of 6 Honda e-batteries, and it weighs, wait for it, around 4,100 kilograms, or the same as 9, yes 9, Caterham 170Rs.
Which begs the question, what on earth is something this large, this heavy and this powerful like to drive on a twisting canyon road in California? Like this one.
Not as hairy as you might think. I'm not going to lie, it is on the chunky side. You're always aware of this immense bulk around you, so driving this car does come with a certain weight of responsibility. The steering is pretty numb, but then there's not much slack in it either. The real star of the show though is the 4-wheel steering system, which means this car has a turning circle of just 10.9 meters, or in other words, it can turn around in pretty much the same space as a Tesla Model 3. This car and other top spec Hummers ride on air suspension, so the ride itself is really rather good actually, and it can jack the car right up for off-road work or lower it down, which makes things easier for getting in and out, or if you want to have marginally less terrible drag on the motorway. And then we get to the throttle response. Now, a dead giveaway for any car with a petrol or diesel engine that weighs over 4 tons is the fact that it is definitely going to bog down at low revs. But this thing, it just completely eradicates that because it's got so much torque. I shall now demonstrate what happens when you prod the throttle. The nose rises up to the sky and it just leaps forward instantly, whatever speed you're doing. So, can it go around corners? Yes it can. Eventually, you turn the wheel, it doesn't really like changing direction, you feel the squidge from those off-road tyres, and there's this slightly unnerving moment where it washes wide, but then eventually the tyres key into the road, and then when you're going around the corner itself, there's actually much less body roll than you'd expect. I'll put that down to the fancy suspension and the fact that we've got this relatively low centre of gravity thanks to that enormous battery. The bigger question though is, am I enjoying myself? It certainly commands all of my attention, and it's such a novel experience driving this car that I suppose I am. Wasn't expecting that.
Expect the unexpected, Jack, because we've got this Hummer EV for the next few days, which means a road trip. The plan is to head east, plotting a course to a place called Baghdad.
No, not that Baghdad. This is a small town, middle of the Arizona desert, miles from anywhere, built around a copper mine. And to understand why we want to visit a fairly nondescript company town exclusively inhabited by workers from the mine that shares a name with the Iraqi capital, you need to understand the history of the Humvee.
The story begins in 1983 with AM General winning a $1 billion contract from the Pentagon to produce 55,000 of its high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles for the US military, and the Humvee, nicknamed Hummer, was born. By 1991, 72,000 had been produced and put to use in various conflicts, carrying troops, cargo and guns over inhospitable desert terrain. In 1992, sales of a road-going Hummer H1 began, thanks in part to the pestering of actor and protein shake enthusiast Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was a success of sorts, but only sold in big numbers when GM bought the Hummer brand in 1999 and rolled out smaller and more affordable H2 and H3 models peaking with over 70,000 units shifted in 2006. But by 2010 sales were stalling and the Hummer brand was pulled. And then in 2012 the military Hummer was deemed no longer feasible for combat. And then the most extraordinary thing happened.
It's literally Hummers as far as the eye can see. So I've just found out what this place actually is. I've been speaking to one of the guys over there, and it's an auction site. It's a company called Ritchie Brothers that buys up this ex-military equipment and then auctions it off every Wednesday. It's all online, and you could own one of these. I asked him how much they go for. He said somewhere between $5,000 and $40,000 US dollars, depending on the condition. But I don't think that's too bad to own one of these, a proper piece of US military history.
Where were we? Oh yes, in 2012, the Hummer was dead on and off the battlefield, a dinosaur put out to pasture.
Until now. With the electric era gathering pace, GM saw an opportunity to bring back Hummer under the GMC brand and reinvent it as an EV super truck. Yeah, with rivals like the Ford F-150 Lightning, the Rivian R1T already out there, it knew time was of the essence, so it turned on the afterburners and turned this truck from conception to production in a little over 2 years, which is just extraordinary. It's a record for any car that GM has ever produced. In terms of similarities with this thing and the original H1, well, they're pretty much the same size actually. Interestingly, the track widths are the same, but the reason the H1 had that track width was so it could follow a tank in its tracks. I don't think this car is going to have the same problem. Other than that, they couldn't be more different really. The H1 was designed purely for military service. This car was designed to be as silly as possible, as I'll now demonstrate. Right then, we found ourselves a very quiet canyon road, the perfect place to try the launch control function on this new Hummer EV. But it's not called launch control, it's called Watts to Freedom mode. And I'm told if I hit the traction control button twice, oh yes, my seat starts vibrating, all sorts of graphics are happening, the whole car lowers, and that's all happened. So it now says, keep your foot on the brake and then floor it. Floor it I shall. Whoa, that is, well, to be honest, it's the familiar sensation we've all got used to with EVs, isn't it? The blood goes to the back of your body, you get a slightly nauseous feeling in the pit of your stomach, but the difference here is you're doing it in something the size of a medium bungalow. It just feels totally bizarre, and the amount of momentum you gather in not a lot of time is just extraordinary. Please, prospective Hummer owners, do not do this. Do not do Watts to Freedom mode when other cars are around, because honestly, there could be some very, very big, expensive accidents going on. The brakes are good. They're not miracle workers. I'll tell you what, seeing as we've got a whole desert full of sand, should we have a go at that off-road? Right, launch control again. Off-road mode this time. Lots of wheel spin, not nearly as quick. Felt like I was digging 4 holes in the dirt there. Ooh, lots of dust though. Bet that looked good.
Unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, when you stretch the Hummer's legs, it gobbles through battery at a ferocious rate, which means no opportunity to charge up shall be missed. Fortunately, thanks to an 800-volt electrical architecture, the Hummer can charge at up to 350 watts, which is blazing fast and entirely necessary with such a big battery. Theoretically, that's 100 miles of range added in just 12 minutes.
The details on this car have just been so well thought through. There's so many Easter eggs. The engineers have clearly been having a lot of fun. So allow me to show you the details, starting here at the front with this Hummer, just in case you forget which car you actually purchased at the dealership. And then look at these headlights with these fancy bars illuminating here. So this shows you your state of battery charge. We've got it on charge at the moment and we've only got 15% battery, but as the battery tops up, more and more bars will illuminate. Handy. And then we've got this, the electric powered frunk, bit like you get with an F-150 Lightning. They call it the Mega Power Frunk. This one is a bit different. You don't have all the plugs and everything in there. These bags, by the way, these are bags to put your roof panels in when you take them off, and then you can stuff them in here. But it's a really, really handy space. The only black mark is I can't figure out how to close this electrically, so I'm going to have to use my immense manpower. There we go. Right, another thing to note, 3 windscreen wipers. Don't see that very often, but a total necessity because the windscreen is just so wide and not very high at all. Down here, extra cladding, so every Edition 1 model comes with something called the Extreme Off-Road Pack, which gives you extra skid plates when you're messing around off-road. Same here with the tyres, 35-inch off-road tyres. You can fit 37-inch off-road tyres if you really want to show off. The air suspension, which you've got a great view of under there, so that can raise the car off the ground clearance 16 inches. I'm doing inches because we're in America. And then the lowest height is 8 inches of ground clearance. And I'm told it can wade up to 800 millimeters, which is good, but a Land Rover Defender is 900 millimeters. 1-0 to the UK. Come around the back, I'm going to show you a bit more. Now this, stating the obvious, is the pickup version. There is going to be a closed back SUV version 2 coming soon. You see that rear window up there? Quite a cool feature. That can be dropped electrically just like the side windows. Not quite sure why you would. It's not like there's an exhaust to listen to. A bit more wind in your hair, I suppose. But this is the really good bit. So this has got a hard cover on it. If I hit this button, that cover just retracts electrically. And then you've got this 2-piece tailgate. So let me get this right. If I hit this smaller button here, this central section drops down. So you can just put smaller items, lob your shopping in, or whatever. Or you hit this button and the whole thing drops down. But watch this. Pull this and this comes up, and hit this button here and the whole thing drops down. There you've got a step for getting up. You've even got this handy knob over here so you don't fall over. And down here, built into this tailgate, is a Bluetooth speaker. I don't know why I'm so excited, but that is just fantastic. I'll tell you what, actually, let me hook up my phone. Welcome to the Top Gear Magazine podcast, a peek behind the curtain.
Okay, now remember earlier when I said this thing went from sketch to production in just 2 years, which is unbelievably fast? Well, apparently the team used the Apollo 11 moonshot program as their inspiration, and as a result, if you're a moon geek, you're going to lose your mind when you see this interior. There are Sea of Tranquility grills on the door speakers, lunar surface patterns on the floor mats. The black, grey and gold interior colour scheme is inspired by the Apollo lunar roving vehicle, which, by the way, GM supplied wheels, suspension and motors for. Fact fans, even the graphics on the central 13.4-inch screen show the car barreling across the surface of the moon.
Remember when American cars used to be built like Taiwanese water pistols? Yeah, not anymore. It's not a Bentley in here, but it's pretty well made. There's still a few little flimsy plastics and stuff, but the overall impression is of strength and solidity, and everything's square and upright and bluff and macho. Ugh. The coolest thing though is the graphics on this central screen. So if I toggle through the various driving modes, you're going to see some interesting things pop up here. So we'll start with normal mode, where you appear to be driving on the surface of the moon, and then my mode, where there's a series of drones flying around and lighting up your wheels for some reason. Oh, off-road. This looks like the surface of Mars. Elon will be pleased. Terrain mode, a particularly gnarly bit of the moon perhaps. Oh no, this might be a volcano actually. There's a bit of lava in the background. And finally, tow and haul, in which you appear to be towing along a space rocket. It's all good fun, isn't it? Right, how much battery we got? Oh, that's plenty. Lovely jubbly. Baghdad, here we come.
Feeling flush with battery and some time to spare, we took a diversion past a spectacular bridge and a rocket with Snoopy sat on top. Because if you see a rocket with Snoopy sat on top, you have to take a picture. It's the law. And then we arrived at our destination to discover not a lot.
So here we are then. We've just rolled into the centre of Baghdad in a Hummer, and all is well. There's not actually a lot going on here. There's a copper plaza over there, there's a copper bar and grill, there's a copper museum, except it's not open on a Monday. Oh yeah, and there's a massive open pit copper mine somewhere over that hill. Now I know what you're thinking, because we had the exact same thought. Wouldn't it be fun to hoon around in a 1,000 horsepower Hummer in an open pit mine? Well, we asked the company that owns it several times, and they told us to go away. Devastated.
Since we had some time in our hands, we decided to see what Baghdad had to offer.
Hello?
Until I had a light bulb moment.
The thing is, when you got a Hummer, you don't always have to take the beaten track. So I had a little scout on Google Maps, and it looks like there's a dirt road that cuts right across the desert, and it's totally legal and above board, I should add, and it should take us close enough to the mining pit to take a closer look.
This, I quickly realised, was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate one of the Hummer's most unique features.
Now, crab walk mode. Apparently, if I hit this button down here and hold it, then yes, a crab comes up on my screen, the car makes a noise, and I am now in crab walk mode. So now the rear tyres will move in the same direction as the front up to 10 degrees, which means if I put some lock on, we should move diagonally. Oh, that is bizarre. The car's pointing that way, but it's going sideways. Let's see if we can go this way. Oh, there's a little transition. I'm just zigzagging down the road. What wizardry is this? That must look crazy from outside.
Yeah, can't really see how that would be overly useful, but it's a wonderful party trick nonetheless.
Okay, so the whole Baghdad Hummer thing was really just a good excuse for a road trip and to tell you a bit of the history of the Humvee. But there's a reason we're so interested in this copper production too, because you see a massive EV like this one with its high voltage batteries and motors and wiring can have up to 120 kilograms of copper in it. A normal petrol or diesel car by comparison has about 20 or 30 kilograms. So you can see as EV production ramps right up, demand for copper is about to go through the roof. That's probably why they wouldn't let us in, isn't it? They're too busy making all this copper for cars like this. Hang on a minute. What's that?
Our work here was done. With our pockets full of copper, there was still one more stop left on our all-American road trip to not such a small town. You might have heard of it.
Vegas, baby! Ah, love this place. It's a caricature of the old one, isn't it? It's designed for rich people's amusement, not to be an actual workhorse. But to be fair to GM, they have absolutely nailed the assignment. They knew their target audience, and most importantly, they've infused this car with fun. And over 65,000 pre-orders back that point up nicely.
So, why have we decided to end our trip here? Symbolism. The Hummer H1 was a car born out of military function, designed to patrol war zones, not high streets, which is why the road legal H1 was such a compromised lump. This new Hummer, however, comes from somewhere different.
This thing then is the Las Vegas of the electric car world. It's unnecessarily brash, it's glitzy, it's total overkill. I just don't see how you can justify something that weighs this much and uses this much raw material. But I'm torn. I'm torn because I spend my life championing cars that do things a bit differently, that have character. And so by my own rules, I should absolutely love this thing. And in many ways I do. I just don't want to be the person that actually owns one.
The Nissan Patrol might well be the only car in the world that is designed specifically to excel in sand dunes. But in this film, we're not only going to test it in the dunes, we're also going to put it through its paces over some rocky terrain and on road. We'll get on to all that in a sec. For now, let's give you some basic facts and stats. This is the 7th generation Nissan Patrol and it's a whopper. 5.2 metres long, over 2.7 tonnes, powered by a pair of V6 engines, the only one you care about being the twin turbo, which develops 419 horsepower and 516 pound-foot of torque, and hurls this gargantuan SUV to 62 in 6.6 seconds. It's four-wheel drive with a low-ratio gearbox and fully independent suspension. No solid beam axle here like, I don't know, this car's deadliest rival, the Toyota Land Cruiser. Yeah, the Land Cruiser, which has arguably shaped the world more than any other car, looms heavily over the Nissan Patrol. There are plenty of parallels, but basically they've been clashing axles for well over 70 years, since both arrived on the scene in the same year, 1951. A lot of time has passed since then, and the two haven't followed the same path. And on paper, it looks like the Patrol has wimped out compared to the Toyota, given it now uses independent suspension. And where's the innovation? I understand why no diesel, but why no hybrid? And then I realised I have got my perspective all wrong, because I'm looking at the Patrol as a global car, but really it's not. This is a car designed, engineered and developed exclusively for the Middle East. So let's approach it from that perspective, and we're going to start not with romping around the dunes, don't worry, we'll get back to that later, but by driving it on road. Well, this V6 makes a reasonable noise actually. You hear the little turbo spooling and stuff, and it gives decent performance, much better than the old 5.6 litre V8 did. That was a little bit lethargic and it's disappeared for predictable reasons. It's emissions and economy. But why is there no hybrid? Well, it's quite an easy one to work out actually. If you look at where they're going to sell the Patrol, the big markets for it, the Middle East, the USA, Canada, bits of Africa, Australia, these are markets that tend to have cheap fuel and don't care too much about emissions and economy. Where's it not being sold? Europe. At all. Anywhere. It would absolutely ruin those global fleet averages that they have to worry about. All right, it's got a few twisty bends coming up here. Steering's quite well weighted in this. The car's happy, it rolls a bit, but it's quite happy when it's got a bit of pressure in the suspension. Once you've got a little bit of lean into it, it does hold its line and the suspension stays composed, which in a straight line, it doesn't always. This is the thing about this car. I thought it would be a bit more refined and sophisticated, but actually the ride quality isn't as good as it should be. Those wheels and tyres are really heavy and they're just getting a bit of jitter back into the chassis. They get shuddered around by the suspension. But overall, it is a more refined and sort of better road car than the new Land Cruiser. But it does have all the toys in here. We've got twin 14-inch screens here and then a load of stuff down here. Lots of buttons, which is always nice to see. Storage and induction charging. We've got heated and cooled seats and biometric cooling. Apparently somewhere in here there are infrared sensors that read your body temperature and decide whether they need to heat or cool you down. But I look at the quality of the fixtures and fittings around here and go, well, it's decent enough, but it's not outstanding. I wouldn't perceive this as a luxury car, but out here that is completely how it's seen. And that's sort of to do with the fact that these cars are bought by the Saudi royal family and other very important people, and that means that everyone else buys them too, because of their sheer breadth of capability in this environment. It's just that it's not as sophisticated as it could be. It doesn't feel as sophisticated as like a Range Rover. It feels more like those big heavy American SUVs like a Yukon or an Escalade, where you just think, it's a very heavy car being forced to do some stuff and they haven't engineered it
to a level that a European company tends to when they really go for it with the stiffening and the chassis control and the smoothness and engineering all of that. This feels like a car that's been done to sort of 80–90% of that, and then they've gone, yeah, that'll do. Because what they have to concentrate on much more than the sort of finessing of the detail is the reliability and durability of it, because that's where you get your reputation for longevity and everything else that they really need it to have out here.
Nissan sells 20,000 patrols a year in the Gulf states, meaning as many patrols are sold here as Armadas are in the USA. This is not a recent phenomenon. The market share has built up over generations. Because have a guess where Nissan's first ever dealership outside of Japan was? Kuwait. That was in 1952, only a year after the Patrol first appeared. And do you know why the Middle East really took the Patrol to its heart? Yes, off-road ability and reliability are right up there, but so too is air conditioning. That arrived with the third generation car and has been fitted to every subsequent Patrol too. We might take it for granted now, but back then it was borderline revolutionary. Right, moving on, let's see how it copes with clambering over rocks. See if it can walk the Land Cruiser walk.
It's so massive, the Patrol. It feels really big, and you just cannot see. We're all off camber here, so I've got to use the see-through bonnet to see where I'm going. And that's pretty effective, actually. Right, there's down one way. Up is going to be more of a test, I think. Let's put the rear diff lock in. Let's see if it'll go up. Rear diff lock's in. The centre diff is like a torsion diff, and you can't control that. You can't just lock it. The car decides when it's going to do it. So we're just about, with a bit of wheel spin and stuff, making it up and around here. And then I've got to look at the screen again to see where I'm going. And compared to a Land Cruiser on this stuff, it just feels... It feels really heavy and a bit more cumbersome, and obviously there's a lot more weight in it, and it hasn't got the proper tyres in.
But it's simply not as capable off-road as the Land Cruiser 250. It doesn't have the axle articulation, wheel travel or control.
Right, let's go and see if we can go and do a silly slope, shall we? Let's hold it in first gear, low range. Yeah, this is the problem when you don't have a centre diff lock. It's just spinning it all the way. The rears are locked, but it's not going to go up there. What's undoing it up here is the tyres, and also how loose that surface is, because basically once you start digging down, once you get below that hard top surface, you are in a world of pain and misery. One more try, do you think? There you go, that's how you do it. Just get bounced around a bit, that's all. How harsh does this environment look? I mean, I don't know what you were expecting from Saudi Arabia, but I, in my ignorance, was expecting sand dunes and not a lot else. But look at the mountains and this slippery stuff we're on. That's all volcanic. It's amazing. So my question was to myself, does the Patrol look like it was designed for this environment? And I don't think it does particularly. It doesn't quite look rugged and durable enough. I mean, I know it ties in with the old 6th generation Patrol, but this chrome and stuff looks a bit clumsy and crass. It hasn't got a very strong design language.
I know it ties in with the outgoing 6th generation Patrol, but the chrome is heavy-handed and the design language is fairly bland. At least there's some chunky off-road gubbins around the back.
When your towing ball runs out of capacity, you have a pentle hitch fitted for proper use. And then if we open up the boot, as you'd hope from a very big car, it's got a very big boot. Seats 6 and 7 here, which obviously raise electrically through these buttons, just like they'd do on one of those Land Cruiser first editions. But it's huge in the back. It's got a lot of legroom in the middle row too. And then I wanted to move on and talk to you about this, because look, off-road kit. In the Middle East, you get an off-road kit with your Patrol, which includes sand ladders, a tow rope, and all sorts of other goodies. How about that? But that's not the best thing going on in here. Throw that to the back. This little bag here contains an air hose, and that's because the Patrol has a built-in compressor. How cool's that? I think it's about time we connected that up so I can go for a bit of a play in the sand. There are worse things to do than mess around in sand dunes in a massive SUV. Right, give it everything, give it everything. Go on, 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 go on. Yes! Drop the tyre pressures down a bit and it makes so much difference. You can get places you'd never have thought. So when you get into the deep sand and soft sand and you're this heavy, your tyres are basically like rudders, especially the fronts, and they just sort of dig in. And if you hit other people's ruts, you just get pulled into them. And if you get into washboard, ooh, you just get the whole thing shakes and rattles. Listen to it. So off-road, how does this Patrol feel? Well, I mean, pretty together. It actually, for such a heavy car, it moves around really well. I mean, it's not moving anywhere quickly. It's sort of ponderous in its responses, but you know, it's doing some fun stuff. You can see why this is so popular out in the Middle East, because it's just so good. Designed to do it, you see. There you go, that's what you need, isn't it? Right, let's sum it up. Does this new Patrol do the job it needs to do? Yes, and it does it very well. But does it do more than that? No. This is a conservative update, designed to make the sort of people who already had an old Patrol buy a new one. If that's you, go ahead, crack on, enjoy.
But I can't see it drawing a new audience to the brand, which you can with the new Land Cruiser 250. I know, you'll say it's not the right rival because that would be the Land Cruiser 300, but that's not what I'm driving at. I'm talking about celebrating your back catalogue, because the Patrol's history is every bit as long, varied and interesting as the Land Cruisers.
So why not dip into that and be more adventurous with the design? Bring back the magnificent boxiness of the Y60 and Y61. This is a bit timid, which is a weird thing to say about something the size of a block of flats.
Welcome to Johnson Valley in California, specifically to a place called Soggy Dry Lake, which is a dry lake bed, very big, very flat, because we're going to have a drag race, but not any old drag race. No, it's an off-road drag race in these two trucks behind us. So you're going to be driving
the Tesla Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be driving the Rivian R1T. I fancy your chances, if I'm honest.
That's very kind of you, but we should point out as well, not only are they in full off-road mode, but we have a load of camping gear on them as well. I've got a tent in the back of the Cybertruck. You have got an even bigger tent on the back of that Rivian.
Yes, and I didn't need it because that car weighs 3.2 tons already.
Yeah.
Before you start bolting extras onto it. Yours still very heavy.
3.1.
3.1.
Yeah.
But more power.
I have 845 horsepower, which still sounds a mad number for a pickup.
Now I have 835, which is annoying, but I have 4 motors and you only have 3 motors.
I do.
And I also have the optional off-road tyres. And on a loose, it's not really loose, is it? It's absolutely
It's pretty rock solid.
Pretty rock solid.
Yeah.
I've got the optional off-road tyres that you can get the R1T on. You've just got the sort of standard all-terrain tyres that come with the Cybertruck.
Purely academic though, because mine has a faster 0 to 60, 2.6 seconds in that. 3 for yours, isn't it?
3 seconds, but I suppose I'm going to have to make up for it with driver skill.
Let's see how that works out, shall we?
I'll tell you what we need. We need a start line because, as you can see, it's a featureless expanse out here. I've got an idea, actually.
Okay.
Let's open up the front on your one. Let's... Cyber cooler. That's how we're going to mark the start line. Grab the side of that.
Yeah.
It is actually full of drinks.
I
just realised that I'm reducing the weight of your Cybertruck.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much. That's another 30 kilos taken out of there.
Stick that down there.
Yeah. Full of drinks.
Yeah. We can have a victory Gatorade.
Don't want that out in the sun too long.
Should we do this?
Let's do it.
Right, I need to get this thing in the right mode, so I'm going to put it in the on-road settings, not the off-road settings, despite the fact that we're off-road, because that's going to be faster. We're going to put sport mode, then it asks me if I want to lower the ride height. Yes, I do, because that's going to be faster. Stability, we're going to put it in the intermediate reduced mode, and that's it. Foot on the brake, foot on the throttle, release the brake. A monkey could do it, and I've got a theory. The Cybertruck might be the favourite, but I've got a bigger tent over the rear axle, and that means more traction, and more traction means more speed. It's basically a 3-ton Porsche 911, this thing.
Little bit nervous about the Rivian's off-road tyres, which on this surface might well give it a little bit of advantage off the line, but the ground is really hard. I'm just in beast mode, and if I press the brake, press the throttle, all the whizzy graphics come up, and I go into cheetah stance, which drops the front, raises the back, ready for it to smash off the line as fast as it can go.
All right, Cyber ready, Rivian ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, this is quite even, but that has got off the line better.
Oh, I've got him off the line. That is the power of the 4 motors. Hang on a minute.
I'm coming back at him, I'm coming back at him. Oh, this is going to be so close.
Here's the finish line. It's going to be close.
Rinsing him now, that's the way to do it. There we go, and we're across the line at 113 miles an hour.
Wow. I had him, you saw that. I had him worried. All right, the form book stands. That was a good race. That was a really good race. The way this launches.
Rivian's quite quick off the line.
Off-road tyres, mate, bigger tent over the rear axle, superior traction and driver skill.
Of course, however you lost.
I did lose. A good race though. The best drag races, one gets out a lead and then the other one reels them in, and to be fair, you reeled me in like a kipper and overtook me on the line. It was a superb race. It's going to be great viewing at home.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I tell you what, Ollie, we've had the race, you've won that, but we do have an entire dry lake bed to ourselves and a couple of very, very powerful trucks. Should we have a bit of a play?
Love a bit of playtime. I think we should definitely do that.
Righty-ho, go nuts.
Why are the tyres making noise? It's absolutely mad, but you've got no idea where the steering is because you've just got so little lock to play with, and you've got no sense, of course, of an electric powertrain of where it's going and when. I'm going to move my slider. So what I've done is I've gone into Baja mode, and I can slide my handling balance all the way forwards or backwards and reduced my stability assistance to minimum. Right, now I've got a bit more power going to the front. It's much, much better actually. Everyone should have access to a dry lake bed at all times.
Tell you what, none of your fancy front rear handling balance sliders like you get in the Cybertruck. This is just rally mode, stability off, and give it a boot. I tell you what, it does drift around very nicely indeed, but you do feel that mass, mostly on the transition. So when you initiate the drift, there it goes, and you're drifting, and then when it comes back, oh, it sort of slams on that outside tyre and you're suddenly aware that you weigh well over 3 tons.
If you feel that your Toyota Land Cruiser 250 isn't quite butch or capable enough for daily use, then you might want to consider one of these. This is an Arctic Trucks Land Cruiser 250 AT37. It's for those people who want a bit of extra wide arch chunk. So today I'm going to be finding out exactly what it takes to take an already off-road capable car and turn it into something capable of complete off-road dominance. And we'll figure out that these things aren't just for the Arctic.
Well, I'm here, can't find their trucks anywhere.
By looking around the UK operations workshops.
Now, Arctic Trucks, full disclosure, already has a little bit of history with Top Gear. You may recognise
this Hilux. But this will be a short film because it's just a bolt-on lift kit and 37-inch tyres, right?
Wrong.
It's a bit more involved than that. Arctic Truck started out in 1990 in Iceland as a special vehicles division of Toyota, built to cope with Iceland's extreme geography. So this car is going back to its roots as a Land Cruiser product, albeit an LC250 Prado product. They also do the bigger, more butch Land Cruisers if you need to not Prado. This particular model is a co-production between Arctic Truck's mothership in Iceland, the UK operation, and Toyota Africa distributor CFAO, and it's a bit more than a lift kit.
Let's start with the really obvious bit, because these are 37-inch tyres, and you can choose between BF Goodrich all-terrain or mud-terrain versions, and I prefer these mud-terrains because they just look a bit more butch, and they have dual valves. Now these help you inflate and deflate the tyres much more quickly, which is handy when you're off-road, and they're mounted on 17-inch Arctic Trucks heritage wheels to go with the LC250's slightly retro feel. One detail I really like is that the hole in the wheel is very much like the A in Arctic Trucks. It's just a sweet little thing. To cover those massive wheels, you get these big wheel arch flares that you expect from Arctic Trucks, but if you poke around a little bit, you will notice these little recesses which just have a tyre pressure guide in a minute, but can house the receivers for a central tyre inflation system, which is super handy when you're running about on mixed terrain. Then you've got beefier side steps, different mudguards both front and rear,
different badging, and a multifunction receiver hitch to plug and play whatever you need to on the back.
But the visuals are only half the story, because if you lift the car 40mm and stick 37-inch tyres on it, when they're on the road they tend to be a bit rubbish. I've done this without any skill on cars over the years, and I ended up with automotive blancmange. Slightly dangerous automotive blancmange. So Arctic Trucks goes much further. The suspension system is actually a bespoke adjustable performance setup from a company called R53, who also incidentally supply bits to the GMA T50. So you've got much bigger dampers, match springs and hydraulic bump stops that go some way to mitigate all the squish from these massive tyres. Now I have driven lots of Arctic Trucks products on the road before, and they are remarkably comfortable and unblobby on the road. To make it all fit, Arctic Trucks change a load of bits that you can't see, which is what makes it more of an expedition vehicle rather than just a bougie bit of wide arch tinsel. So they will reprofile the frame, they'll chop away the bodywork, even move parts of the transmission to maintain that relationship between ground clearance, articulation, and still having a low centre of gravity. So you end up with the obvious stuff like bigger tyres and more clearance, but this is also a vehicle that's got a wider track and a longer wheelbase, so it should perform more like a manufacturer car on the road, but be much more capable off it.
And I have to say, this isn't some cut and shut job either. It costs just under 30 grand plus VAT to convert a standard Land Cruiser, and it's proper, like it rolled straight off a Toyota production line. Just take a look.
As for the inside, well, not an awful lot has changed. There's still some slightly cheap plastics from the standard car, especially over here, but it's all been accented with some specific Arctic Trucks bits. So it's got different badging all around, you've got a different binnacle, a specific gear selector, different sill plates, mats, and the view is very different, obviously. But let's face it, nobody's buying one of these for the interior, are they? There is, however, just one problem. They won't let me drive it. Yet. So I decided to go and have a poke around Arctic Trucks UK to figure out what else they get up to.
Okay, so hands up, Arctic Trucks has already proved itself to top gear. You may remember when TG Telly managed to get a Hilux to the magnetic North Pole. Well, that was an Arctic Trucks vehicle. And the company didn't stop there. Arctic Trucks trucks have recorded the fastest overland journey to the South Pole, the longest distance expedition in polar history, the first expedition to drive through all 7 continents, the first Antarctic crossing by passenger vehicle, and the first wheeled vehicle in history to travel from magnetic north to the South Pole. If you're going to do silly things off-road, there are few companies that do it better.
But they don't just do Toyotas these days, and you can buy them from dealerships and with proper warranties. Though they do all follow a very defined theme. So to find out more, we decided to ask this bloke. Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to have a quick chat to you about the operation that is Arctic Trucks, because originally this company was a special vehicles version of Toyota in Iceland, wasn't it?
Correct. So AT UK was obviously coming off the back of a few years before with Top Gear. Obviously Top Gear in the UK. Those vehicles were donated by Toyota Great Britain. So there was always a link to the UK, and Arctic Trucks wanted to have more of a foothold on the global market, and obviously with sort of the engineering supply chain, our kind of routes into the rest of the world, it was a lot easier to start doing that from the UK. And of course there was the opportunity for a retail product that sort of took the design cues that derived from all those kind of bigger expedition vehicles and put it into a package where you could have a vehicle that had all of the Arctic Trucks DNA, but have it as a daily driver.
Right. But these are just the lift kit and big wheels, right?
Well, yeah, contrary to popular opinion actually, most of what we do with these vehicles you can't see. So, of course, you can lift vehicles out of the way and put big wheels and tyres on most things. You can add bodywork and you can do all of those things to these vehicles. But the way that we do it, we're trying to maintain a lot of the original dynamics of the vehicle so that you get a vehicle that is durable. The dynamics in terms of driving stability are not sort of wrecked by 6-inch lift and so on. So proportionally, if you take one of our conversions, it's probably maybe 65–70% you don't see, and the rest of it is what you do see, which is where you'll find comments like it's just bodywork and lift kit. When the off-road prowess, if you like, those things are little bit of a given when you look at them. But when you take them out and you drive it on the road and you realise you can corner without rolling all over the place and so on, it's actually those things that surprise people the most.
Because these things have already been tested in the massively extreme conditions. I mean, you've got a roll call of kind of world first as long as your arm.
Correct.
But is that the point then, that if you got into one of them and drove it down the road, it would feel quite normal? Normal people can drive them, right? They don't need an HGV licence.
Absolutely. When you get inside and you start to drive, as I say, it's the thing that surprises people the most, that they don't need any kind of special skills. In fact, in terms of how they drive, and particularly when you take it off-road, it's a bit of a leveller. You don't need loads of experience, like starting with a good base vehicle, which is already quite capable, and then adding the elements that we add, actually enables you to go to places that most normal people wouldn't even dream of.
Apart from the really extreme ones, which are obviously expedition vehicles, who buys them?
Well, I mean, it's varied. Sometimes it's tradespeople, sometimes it's explorers, sometimes it's just people that want to look cool in a truck that has some kind of authentic underpinnings for capability.
What happens if you have an Arctic truck and you break it? I mean, do they come with warranties, but it's actually allied to Toyota, isn't it, or whoever you're working with?
Well, in most cases, that's exactly what happens. We like to go to the market in full concert with the manufacturer. But in any case, there's always full aligned warranty with all of our products. That tends to be these days kind of 5 years, 100,000 miles, just like the base vehicle that you're in.
Normal.
Just normal. We like to try and make the journey for the customer the same as it would be for any other vehicle.
So if you were to describe Arctic Trucks to someone who hadn't seen one and didn't understand what they were, tell me what an Arctic Truck is.
So an Arctic Truck will always start its life as an improvement on the base vehicle's capability. that's, you know, we don't do anything that doesn't improve the capability. Now, of course, you know, you'll look at some of the styled elements and think, you know, to your earlier point, it's just bodywork and a lift kit. But they're all functional. You know, in most of the cases, we've increased the track. But to keep that safe, you want to cover the tyres, so we need a flare. And if you're going to design a flare, you might as well put a little bit of time and effort into it being in keeping with the vehicle that you're building.
So, if there are 3 words to describe an Arctic truck, tell me what they are.
The phrase that we tend to use, it's slightly breaking the rules, but it's cool and capable.
Okay, I get it. And what's next for the company then? Where does it go from here? Because all of your cars do have, forgive me, a bit of a theme.
Yep.
Like, what do you do next? Do you work with different brands? Do you convert different cars, or what's going on with it?
Well, I mean, obviously, as you know, the world moves on and we move more into kind of an EV space. You know, we've worked on some of those projects already with the Ford F-150 Lightning, the Nissan Ariya project.
Yeah, I was going to say the Ariya that did north to south.
Yeah. So, obviously, you know, all companies that kind of work in this space will at some point need to move more towards those things. In terms of, you know, working with different brands and so on, you know, we've got a history, you know, although born from Toyota in Iceland, you know, we've worked with, you know, many different brands over the years. But we'll continue to do what we do, which is trying to add more capability to vehicles to enable people to go where they want to go. A lot of people have decided that they want to take their kind of leisure time and their holidays into their own hands. So more people are turning more towards vehicles that will allow them to do that without needing to get on a plane. And our vehicles are certainly the kind of vehicles that you can load up, you can use during the week, but then you get to the weekend exactly, and then just go wherever it is you want to go and find that kind of peace and solace, often in places where most people can't get to.
So it's about freedom.
I think so. I think that's probably a good message. Freedom and capability with the assurance of the kind of warranties and so on that you'd normally find with the base vehicle.
So even if it's a hydrogen fuel cell powered by unicorn tears, there will end up being an Arctic Trucks product.
Almost certainly.
So there you have it, a quick look round the Arctic Trucks Toyota Land Cruiser 250 AT37 and the company behind it. Now all I've got to do is figure out a hardcore enough test for when they do let me drive it. Expedition to the Darien Gap, anyone? Let me know where you'd take it.
Today, we drive the newest of the new Mercedes G-Wagons, the £180,000 G580 with EQ technology. A G-Wagon powered by batteries.
But wait, hang on. Don't switch off yet, because I'm not just going to complain about weight and do 0 to 62 times. I'm going to take one of these cars properly off-road to see if it's still the G. First of all, let's cover off the on-road stuff. What we have here is a G-Class with a fully electric drivetrain and 4 motors. But weirdly, it's still got a ladder frame chassis, independent front suspension, and a solid rear axle. So that's a little bit strange for a car like this. In that chassis is packed 116 kilowatt hours of battery, which should give you about 280 miles of WLTP range, which is not actually that much for such a big battery pack. Mind you, it does provide you with 580 brake horsepower, just under, so that badge on the back actually means something now, and 858 pounds-feet of torque, which should offer up roughly 0 to 62 miles an hour in about 4.7 seconds, and 112 mile an hour top speed, which isn't bad for a bus this big because it weighs just over 3 tons. But you know, when you're driving it, it just feels like a really smooth, really competent riding G-Wagon, like a modern G-Wagon should. It feels very much like a G63, which is a bit weird. You still get quite a lot of rustle from the big upright windscreen, and it's got that kind of slightly luxury feel. It doesn't encourage you to go fast, but it can if it wants to. It's a bit of a rock and roll ride if you're really pressing on. It's got a long travel throttle and quite slow steering, so even when you're driving quite fast, it's not a sports car. This has been made by people who seem to want it to feel very much like a G-Class. The weird thing is,
it does everything you expect it to. So when you boot it, it actually makes like a V8 noise. It's called G-Roar, and it's a signature sound. So if I put my foot down a bit, so the power is instant. Listen to that. The power is very instant, but it's not shocking. It doesn't shove you back in the seat. It's like this car is super brawny rather than particularly nippy. And that noise is produced by a soundbar that lives under the bonnet, and you can switch it off if you want to. But I really like it, and I love the noise. And I usually don't like noises in electric cars. Woohoo! But generally, this is just like a G63, but a bit better. Which this isn't. But this, for me, is context, because this is what a G-Wagen means to me, not some Kensington High Street G63 wrapped in a gaudy colour. This is not your rap video G. Oh, look at that gear shift, my friends. Fabulous. The steering doesn't do that much. Look, we're going in a straight line. Now this is a 1982-1983 G-Wagen. So this was popular when I was a kid, unsurprisingly. It's got a 2.8 litre straight six petrol engine, making a paltry 160 brake horsepower. It's got a big slab of a dash. The steering is basically unconnected. The gearbox, you have to throw across it. So look, this is fourth. If I reach for fifth, it's basically in the passenger footwell. It's got diff locks, it's got low range, it's military, it smells a bit funny, and you know what? I love it to my core, because this has nailed the mission statement for what a G-Wagen should be. It's rugged, it's practical, it's useful. Weather is absolutely apocalyptic. It's raining fit to bust. I feel invincible. And that's what a G-Wagen is about, especially the old ones. They make you feel like you can go anywhere and you can do absolutely anything. Checker.
But the G has evolved from the military-based W460. It had to. 2018 saw the big change to the W463, pointed it more towards regular road use than military chic. The latest facelift sees mild hybrids, a G500 with a straight six, a V8 G63 with a bit of electric range, and attempts to make it aerodynamic with aero aids on the A-pillars and the windscreen and vents in the rear wheel arches. But there's more clever thinking here than meets the eye. The battery pack may be giant, but there's the same room inside the electric G as the ICE versions. The batteries are double stacked into the ladder frame chassis with all the control stuff under the slightly raised bonnet. And there is a lot of control stuff, because this electric car has 4 motors, one for each wheel, which will be important later. And the interior is nice, a bit flashy for my taste, but now there's a decent touchscreen in the middle, plenty of options and decent ergonomics. Until the big change in 2018, that wasn't a given for a person in G-Wagen. Still not that much room in the back, but the boot is as big as the ICE version, which again isn't a given for an electric car. There's an electric grille too, which for some reason we don't get in the UK with the first cars. So it's all pretty much as you expect. But that's until you get somewhere a little more challenging.
Now, there are the usual modes in this car: the Sport, Comfort, Trail and Rock, so they've got 2 off-road modes. But there is no Eco mode, because Mercedes thought it probably wasn't appropriate in a car of this size and weight, which I think is quite clever. In a G-Wagen, you have a little off-road centre here in the middle of the dash, and it has diff locks, so you have front, centre and rear, and a low-range gearbox. This is different because you don't need a diff lock in an electric car with 4 motors. So instead of those, you have a low-range gearbox, which allows you to sort of multiply your torque to earth mover levels, which is usually really useful off-road. And then you've got G-steer and G-turn, which I'm going to demonstrate in a moment. But the thing about having 4 motors is that it gives you an incredible amount of finesse and control, where you would usually need a diff lock if one wheel was spinning and sort of sapping all your power. With electric motors, you just don't need that. So you can instantly provide torque to whichever wheel has grip. And it should be basically instantaneous. So even if you've only got one wheel with grip, this car should be able to drag itself out of whatever hole you've got it stuck in. You know what, if you're just on a dirt track, this thing rides really, really well. I mean, I've not even bothered with anything but comfort mode. Now the wading depth for the G580 is 850 millimeters, and if you want a handy visual reference for that, it's just about the top of the wheel arches. And that's 150 millimeters more than the G63. So you can wade the electric car much deeper. Wow. And look, I'm not even getting wet. I'm essentially the good ship EQ. And I've not been electrocuted. Perfection. This is quite a big section of very rocky rocks. And if this decides to bang that bottom, I know that because it's armour plated, we'll get away with it. When you've got a low range gearbox, which means that you're more efficient with your torque, and you're not pushing your way through the air at kind of motorway speeds, electric cars go a long way off-road. It's not about linear distance, it's more about hours of operation. When you're using loads of recuperation all the time off-road and putting a bit of energy back in the battery, so they're extremely handy off-road and they last for ages. Look at this. This is insane, really. Oh, big bump on that under tray. You can feel it just sliding across. There'll be a few scars on the bottom of this one. And I'm not even having to touch the accelerator pedal because I've got it in off-road crawl, which is essentially off-road cruise control. So I've just set this car in low range in rock mode, and then it's just making its own way. You can increase the speed or decrease it from the paddles, but it's extremely useful. I think the only thing I'm starting to think at the moment is that I spent a long time trying to get good at driving off-road, and I'm still only half learned. And this car makes it really easy. Look at this, I'm facing downhill. I'm hanging from my seatbelt. I'm not even touching any of the pedals. G-turn. Now you have to be in rock and in low range, and then basically you press the G-turn button and then hold the paddle in the direction that you want to change, and then just press the throttle. So you're basically overspeeding the outside wheels and then spinning the opposite direction with the inside wheels, which means the car just turns on the spot. It'll only do 720 degrees, so you can't just donut it forever. And technically, you're not allowed to do it on a public highway because it's illegal. Also, because you'd wreck the tyres within about 2 goes. The thing is, I got here thinking that G-turn was a gimmick and it was just there to showcase what the drivetrain can do. I have now decided that I will use G-turn literally everywhere. That's awesome. And then you can just drive away. But there is another function of having 4 electric motors that I find really interesting, I think would be really useful off-road, and it's called G-steer. So if I press this button when I'm in crawl mode, essentially what it'll do is brake one inside rear wheel depending on which way I steer, and then overspeed the outside wheel, meaning that I'll do a super tight turn. You can turn around your inside wheel. Now this will operate up to about 25 kilometers an hour, but it means you can do super tight turns. It's absolutely awesome. If I was going to start doing off-roading properly, I'd still have a Lada Niva with a lift and lockers in it, because it would be fun and it would be cheap and it would be a bit more involving. In the same way that I'd have a cheap track car rather than taking a road legal supercar on a track. But you cannot deny that this is a proper G-Wagon. It can do what it says on the tin. And it's £4 cheaper than a G63. This might be my favourite G-Wagon, and yet it's the most bonkers. But, and it is quite a big but, the electric G had to be capable of more. It had to stand up to those pillars of G-ness. And some brilliant engineering brains have actually made sure of that. This car is pointless but astounding, and a showcase for what's actually possible. Thing is, I am now absolutely convinced that electric motors are better than internal combustion at off-roading. They're not more fun, but they are more capable and more finessed.
This is a car that is absolutely gobsmacking and the best of its breed. It's just a big shame that so few of them are really going to be put to the test.
This is the Ford Bronco DR, a factory-built off-road racer built to tackle the Baja 1000 and fly across the endless American landscape as if it's not really there at all. With a comically angry V8 soundtrack, of course. The DR, or Desert Racer, costs from $295,000 and just $50,000 will be built by Ford's partner for this project, Multimatic. The guys who also built the Ford GT supercar and its racing counterpart. Oh, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie. You know the Baja, right? The wild 1,000-mile race held in Mexico where spectators lay booby traps to catch out competitors, and those brutal yet almost balletic $1 million trophy trucks with 1,000 horsepower V8s float across the desert floor and fly over yumps that would snap a WRC car in two. Well, the DR Racer isn't quite in that class. Think of it as a turnkey privateer car with wicked performance, but not requiring superhuman abilities to drive. A kind of GT3 car for the desert. Today we're going to experience it at the vast Johnson Valley off-highway vehicle recreation site, and want to sample every type of territory that makes up a typical off-road rally. A flat-out dry lake bed, the rapid-fire bumps known as whoops, lower-speed rock crawling, and of course big, glorious jumps. My guide for the day is Wayne Israelson. Wayne has won the Baja 1000, has vast experience, and also sat with Jenson Button as he prepared to race at Baja. Now he gets me, no pressure.
Wayne, I feel like you need a catchphrase for this video. Have you got anything for me?
Let her eat.
So the first thing to say is that it's obviously not crazy quick. We got something over 400 horsepower, but 2.7, 2.8 tons. Having said that, we're up to 100, 103. There we go, 105. Found the limiter. Got 7 speeds, but I'm hitting 105 in 6, and it. Yeah, it deals with the high-speed lake bed as easily as you'd expect. It's strange for me, coming from normal cars, like the softness of the whole thing. Like, there's a slight disconnect between what you're doing and what the truck's doing. I guess you just got to get in phase with it.
Yeah, the suspension's quite soft, just so it can absorb the bumps, and you can go over the big bumps that we've been going over without crashing. So with that softness and that, you know, high rate of travel, it's a lot different than 200-300 mils of travel in a street car. You're talking, we're 14-15 inches of travel in this thing. Pretty soft feeling when you're with the body roll and that kind of thing.
First impressions are a world away from most road cars. You get a taste of this level of capability in the Bronco Raptor or F-150 Raptor R, but the DR is so much more intense in some ways, but so effortless in others. The steering is super light and deliberately almost disconnected from the wheels so you don't break your wrists with kickback. The suspension is soft but has spookily good wheel control. It's just a different animal, even if its spine is very much made of off-the-shelf Ford parts. Let's take a closer look at the nuts and bolts of this thing with Brian Novak, a key member of the development team.
So Brian, tell us how a Bronco is turned into this monster.
Yeah, so the Bronco starts its life, the DR starts its life taking a body in white and the frame directly out of our assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. So starts life right on the factory floor. You know, we then take that truck and put all the fancy bits on it. So, you know, the exterior completely designed by our in-house studio. So these are custom panels, everything done for this truck. You know, the heart of the truck though is the Coyote 5-liter. You know, this is the Bronco with a V8 in it, you know,
Yep.
specifically designed for racing, but this uses our 5-liter Coyote engine. It goes back to a driveline then, it's all Ford. So it's got our transfer case in it, our 10-speed transmission, and our rear end on it. So,
Okay, so the body is fiberglass, correct?
yeah, correct, fiberglass.
Instead of a V6, we have a V8, which is always a good thing. Naturally aspirated, 400 plus horsepower?
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay, and what about the strength? I mean, the punishment this thing has to soak up. So what happens to the structure itself? Because you've got a lot of Bronco parts, but also F-150 parts underneath it.
Yes, correct. So since it's a 5-liter, there's a lot of F-150 drivetrain parts underneath it, but it is going to the Baja, and it's designed to run the Baja 1000, which is one of the roughest and toughest races in the world. So there's a lot of things that have gone on for the truck. So obviously it needs to get a roll cage installed. The roll cage actually integrates directly with the stock Bronco roll cage, though. So we actually still utilize the Acra tubing and everything that is there on that stock Bronco roll cage is actually here, and we've integrated the calculated FEA roll cage into this. It's actually been done for the race, so that's been put in there to greatly stiffen up the chassis. And from there, then we've gone and did a lot of work on the suspension and that, because obviously to go fast in Baja, you need extra travel and more capability.
So these are incredibly cool. So tell us about these Multimatic dampers, which are like basically as big as my thigh.
Yeah, so these are the new Multimatic positional selective dampers. So essentially what these dampers are capable of doing is, these are specifically done for off-road, and they're able to change their damping ranges essentially. So depending if it's in compression or rebound, the damper knows where it's at, and we're able to adjust those zones to provide more or less damping force. So the truck is actively working to change its damping force as it's going down through the
Okay, and they're still spool valve dampers as well?
Correct, they're still spool valve dampers. So the same thing we use on GT3 and GT4 cars on this car as well.
So it's amazing to think, obviously the damper's a trick, we have these giant wheels and tyres, etc. There is quite a lot of standard F-150 bits in it too, aren't there?
Yeah, so the engine itself, the 5-liter, is completely unchanged, and it is as you would receive it right out of the engine plant. The transmission, the transfer case are all completely unchanged. So these are stock Ford parts, and we've been doing Baja a while. We've been running stock trucks down at Baja, and all that learning has kind of gone into this, and that we don't need to modify those things, and the truck is actually capable of running the 1000 with those stock parts in it.
Yeah, it's incredible. Okay, so let's say I'm one of the 50 people who bought this truck. How do I go racing? Where do I fit in?
So the truck right now races in Score International Off-Road Series. So that is the series that runs all the races down in Baja. So the 250, the 500, the 400, and of course the Baja 1000. So within Score, it runs in the heavy metal limited class. That's a class it's open not just to this truck, but other trucks. But that's what the truck's been designed for, and that's where you're able to compete with it.
Okay, so I've obviously seen 1,000 horsepower, $1 million trucks floating across the desert on Instagram. Where does this fit in pace-wise? How would it fit into the Baja?
So this fits down a couple levels from the top level of trophy trucks. Those are $1 million trucks, 1,000 horsepower, purpose-built tube frame trucks. So this fits down a little more. So this is a good truck that you're able to get into and start running the 1000 and being able to do it, and it has much more capability than just a stock vehicle with all the development that's gone into it. So it's a truck that you're able to get in there, but certainly not at the, running at those $1 million trophy truck levels.
Okay, and those big boys are running the Baja in what, 10 to 12 hours, something like that?
Yeah, depending on the course configuration for the year, because it's different every year. Score is always actively working to make it more difficult than it was the year before and change it up. So they're running, potentially 12 hours, and this truck is maybe 10 hours behind that. So.
Okay, wow. Unbelievable. What a thing.
You'll be surprised at what this can do. When you're coming up on something that you normally think you got to check up for, I think the co-driver is going to tell you don't need to check up for it. So it's got a lot of capability.
So we've reached 105 miles now on the smooth, dry lake bed, but as Brian says, this thing really comes to life when things get gnarly. Bring on the whoops.
So this is what Wayne's talking about, these sine waves that have been cut into the desert roads. You're meant to just float along the top of them, having a steady throttle, but whatever way you do, it looks really cool, just like that. Okay, my turn. So we're just getting into them now. You tell me the speed, and off we go.
Stay right, stay right. Stand whoops. Stand whoops, just roll through. Steady, steady throttle, steady throttle, steady throttle, steady. Very good, steady throttle, very good. Good job. Okay, now accelerate.
Accelerate, if you're sure.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Wow. It soaks them up, but you really have to be have your wits about you. And then you get this paddle, brake pad knock off, so the brake pedal goes away from you. So Wayne, how many miles does that happen for on the 1000?
Probably close to half of it.
So for 500 miles, you're dealing with that?
Yep, and depending on what class of vehicle you're in, you could be riding about like that or going 3 times as fast and not even feeling them.
Wow. I would pee my pants in about 25 minutes, I reckon.
Yeah, but you're wearing a catheter, so you just pee your pants, it's all good.
Now we're going to try the third element, which is rocks, big rocks. Now, I'm not looking forward to this because it's slower, which sucks, but in a race it's so important because slower means you're in those sections for a long time, and if you get a puncture, it's not game over, but let's say it takes you 10 minutes to change a wheel. You try catching that up across the desert, it takes a lot of time and a lot of speed. So this is crucial. I'm here for the Baja experience.
So this is the slow technical stuff. Is there much of this in off-road racing?
So there's a good deal, I mean maybe 10%, but it is one of the areas where if you know how to do it, you can make up a lot of time.
Okay, so what's the magic formula?
Well, flow like water, uphill. It's really that. It's really momentum, and take the easiest line, and don't get hung up on your diffs, and keep your tires on the rocks rather than down in the middle, so you don't get hung up. But really, it's just you just got to have this fluid momentum, this flow through the rocks.
It's knowing when to go slow as much as knowing when to go fast in this stuff.
Well, it's rarely the fastest car that wins the race. It's always the car that crosses the finish line first.
Yeah.
So if you drive too hard, you brake, so you have to know when to not do dumb stuff.
So this isn't considered that extreme, I guess?
This wouldn't be a rock section, but for a desert race, it would be a rocky section, yes.
Yeah, I think this sort of stuff would get tiresome after a short period, yeah?
Yeah, it beats you up, and it's a good place to lose tires, hit a rock too hard, cut a tire, have to get out and change it, that kind of thing.
How much crew can you have on these races?
Much
How does
as you
that
can
work?
afford.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So you have constant comms with your guys?
No, you can't really get that close. You have places where you cross roads where they can get a visual on you. You got places where you get near a road that are comms, radio comms, you're going slightly right here.
And then you have pre-designated fuel stops as well?
Well, you always designate your own in Mexico.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know where you're going to stop because the fuel's got to be there before you get there.
So in King of the Hammers, you're driving through stuff like this at real speed?
I mean, you're not going 100 here. You're going fast enough to control the vehicle, but yes, you're still racing here. You're doing 35 miles an hour. You know, slowing down for this rock here so you don't hit that one, cut a tire, and then...
Yeah. And is that the biggest danger, punctures? Is that the biggest time,
I mean,
time suck?
It's just really hard because it's one of those things where you got to drive really hard, really fast to make up 5 minutes of a flat tire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the dangers, yes. So go straight, and then see your track, just crawl up that again. Go play around out there too. Go on that rock, but don't go over the edge.
That one?
Yeah. Just don't go over the edge. There you go, that's it.
Okay, so this stuff is deeply impressive and mildly terrifying, but I think after about 5 or 10 minutes it also becomes quite unpleasant. So maybe this isn't my favourite section of off-roading and Baja racing. There must be another facet we could try, Wayne. What should we go for?
Well, I know where there's a really cool jump we can go send you off of.
Oh yeah, that sounds much more like it. Okay, so you brought me to a very scary looking jump.
Well, it's only scary because it's the first time. Remember, it only hurts the first time. So let's just work up to it, you know, just give it a moderate run and see what we think. We can flip around right here.
Yep.
So usually when we're coming up here, we're coming pretty fast through here, 60-ish miles an hour, and we don't want to brake too hard, so we brake kind of at the top of the hill, roll through the hill, and then as we go up to jump up the other side, we kind of get lined up and judge your speed, and then just give it a little blip right off the lip, and you'll be fine.
Okay, let's see what happens.
It's good. It's good. Center it. Flip it.
Yes! That is so much fun.
Ah.
That doesn't hurt at all. Like, it just soaks it up so easily. So, hell of a day. Felt like we've experienced pretty much everything in this Bronco DR, and I have to say, the thing that blows my mind the most is the sheer concentration that you need, because you just can't read the terrain all the time. Wayne, doing it for a few hours, I'm knackered. Tell me about what it's like doing it in a race for like 8 hours straight.
So there's two jobs. You know, if you're a co-driver, it's physically harder because you're just reactive. You just can't, you don't know everything the driver's going to do, and you're just along for the ride. As a driver, it's significantly more mentally challenging. As far as physically, you kind of anticipate what's coming on, you're proactive, you're not really reactive. But the hard thing as a driver is exactly that. You need to have pre-run well and know the terrain, learn how to read the terrain, how it's changing. You know, there's a saying in desert racing that every 100th bump is trying to kill you, and it's your job to recognize that 100th bump. And that's the difficulty is, you know, you could have 3 of those bumps in a row, and if you don't have the truck hauled down and you're going too fast, you may end up your day right there. So mentally as a driver, it is physically challenging, but significantly more mentally challenging.
Well, you say that, but I've been doing this a few hours and I'm absolutely shattered. So I am ready for a hot bath. Thank you for an amazing day.
Well, wait a minute. Before you get in your hot bath, we have one more thing we haven't done yet.
Okay.
What do you think about a silt shower?
Do we have to?
Yeah, let her eat.
Okay.
Silt beds are dream destroyers and car killers. Once cut up, they're so soft that they sap power and momentum, and if you slow too much, you end up surfing on the belly of the truck and ultimately getting stuck as the wheels dig you deeper and deeper. So whereas so much of what I've learned today has been about patience rather than abandon, in the silt you just need to keep moving. Which means giving the Coyote 5 litre V8 everything it's got.
There it is. This is silt right here.
Oh yeah.
This is turning into silt.
Yeah, you can feel it bashing along the bottom.
So last time we drove this thing, this was so soft I was having to do 65 miles an hour to get through it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Today has given a little taste of the physicality of racing the Baja and a brilliant insight into the capabilities of the Bronco DR. It is a fantastic thing that can take staggering punishment in its stride. The DSS V dampers might not offer trophy truck levels of witchcraft, but are pretty magical all the same. To think it has a standard engine, standard automatic gearbox, and so many production spec components, it's pretty amazing. The real insight came from Wayne though. What a legend. Reading the terrain is everything, and he'd spot that killer 100th bump he'd talked about earlier every single time. Without him, I'd have wrapped the DR up in a ball. So that's the Bronco DR, a hell of an experience and a vehicle which makes all the world a stage. Literally.
I do love a Ford Bronco. I mean, it's got my name on it for a start, but not all is as it seems with this one.
But first, a bit of backstory. Here in California, the vintage Ford Bronco is something of a hipster icon. It's America's Land Rover analog, a shape that invokes soft-focus memories and hard-edged amnesia about just how rubbish the machines actually were. Mind you, most cars felt bigger when you were 10, and you probably didn't have to drive them. But nostalgia is a powerful drug, and folks old enough to succumb to that particular addiction are also old enough to hate spine-bending ergonomics and 1960s braking. And they don't fancy the new version. Thus, there are plenty of companies out there that will primp and improve an old-school Bronco to your taste, from mild to wild.
But not a single one of them makes anything remotely like this, because this is the Zero Labs Ford Bronco Carbon Edition, and it is pure electric. Now obviously the name gives it away a little bit, because this is a Zero Labs version of a Ford Bronco, which means that it has been completely reworked. Now obviously there's been some stylistic changes, but it's got a 100 kilowatt hour battery, which will give you up to 235 miles plus of pure electric range. It's got 2 motors giving it 4-wheel drive, and it can have up to 600 brake horsepower, which is probably enough. But power is nothing without control, so the old suspension has been junked, it's now fully independent, and it's got proper brakes on it. The thing is, when you're talking about this car, that's not even the special part, because if you see this, that's carbon fibre. These wings, carbon fibre. Doors, carbon fibre. Rear wheel arches, carbon fibre. Roof, you get the idea, it's all carbon fibre. But obviously there's been many more changes.
It's got the nostalgic silhouette with a space-age sense of lightness and a very gentle, sympathetic sense of smoothed-out custom. It's a Bronco remix, and it goes all the way through the car. But why? Well, I've got a man here who can explain a few things. It's Adam Rowe, the creator of Zero Labs, and he's not your average automotive boss man.
So Adam, what have you done to this Bronco?
We perfected it. We started off really looking at the original steel. A lot of the panels didn't want to align. It was, all of them are stamped, made in different factories, and so you really can't work with it. So we just thought, what would a perfect one look like if the designers back in the 60s had a chance to start all over again and said, what if I could just use new materials and build it from the very beginning, what would they do? And that's what we did. We went through all the panels, all the parts that were defective and misshapen, scanned them, cleaned them up, and made them fit perfect with modern car tolerances, but still with the shape and the quality of the original design.
Because it's got the same silhouette as it used to, right? But this is all carbon fibre. Is
Yes.
Everything's carbon?
This is all carbon fiber. It's both A and B level. You know, this hood, for example, weighs about 85 pounds. The original steel, it weighs about 26 pounds now. So it gives a lot of light, which is important for electric. It also doesn't rust. So we're on the beach. That's kind of important for a lot of those cars, which are known to become rust traps.
Yeah. And then the front, you've obviously gone with an electric vibe by having no grille.
Yeah, we wanted to sort of send a little bit of a signal that something was different, but I mean, the design of the shape, the insets were very classic and borrowed from the original, but we also wanted to say, this is different, this is not the same original one that it was. And so we borrowed the shape. You recognize it as a Bronco, but there's just a subtle nod that something's different about this one.
Yeah. And the difference is obviously that it's got a big electric drivetrain. Why go electric? Why not just give it a bigger motor? Why do you want to do electric cars?
Because it's going to end up this way. Like there's when you're looking at all the problems that come from classic cars, reliability, range, breakdowns, relative highway speed, upgradability, you know, maintenance, all of them come back to the fact that electric is just a better system. And that's when the cars really started. It's simple, there's less moving parts, you can be easily upgraded. And what's exciting about it is what this is now, it can become a much, much better car 5 years from now without changing that much. Changing a few things, but the rest of the car can stay drivable and serviceable for 10, 15 more years.
So if we look round it, this whole thing is, so there's LED lighting, there's lots of little tweaks that you've done.
There is. I mean, a lot of the main thing is, like with the carbon, is look at the gap tolerances. I mean, these are impossible with steel. You know, you'd have like 1 millimeter down here and 11 millimeters up there, and the hinges would be at different places. So this is really like the more perfect version of what would they have done if they had the design.
If you're moving down the car, like what else has been going on? So it's got LED turn indicators, but it's all quite subtle.
Yeah, the pillow patterns of the LED lights are very traditional looking, so you wouldn't know by looking at it, it is. Also, all of the metal treatments, we tried a bunch of things. We tried nickel plating, we tried other things. We ended up with a modified gunmetal that they use on handguns, which is both durable and kind of looks cool. And but it's extremely durable because at the end of the day, you want to have this car for a lot of years.
So where's the battery gone?
So the battery is in between the axles. It's between the front axle and here. So it's perfectly centered in between, which is really where you want your center of balance to be for an electric car. You put a bunch of batteries in the front, it's going to have oversteer, it's going to have roll center problems. You put them in the back, it's going to have the same thing. And we tried that, and you felt the weight of every turn, and it really affected the performance and the drive quality. So we just said, what if we could fix that, balance it perfectly, not have anything get in the way of the motors, and just let it be as efficient as it can, as powerful as it can, but give no real clue that it's electric. There's nothing about this by looking at it you would even know.
And is that important? Is that something that appeals to you?
I think a lot of our clients from the aesthetic perspective want to have a subtle elegance. Like they don't want to have Ferraris and really kind of like loud look at me cars. They want to have like this type of car like this, which is absolutely beautiful, but they're not announcing it to the world. To everyone else, it's just a beautiful classic.
What's your favorite part about it?
I think the fact that it's still recognizable from any distance as a classic Bronco. And yet so many parts have been modernized. We tried to really be faithful to the design, the lines, the shape, and the original intention, I think, of the design of the original designers, but we've improved it. We've made it better. Like if they could make a car now with that design, what materials would they use? How would they solve those problems? And we tried to imagine ourselves as doing what they would do. All of the details we try to add, most of them, I would say, are designed from the perspective of, I think I remember that, but I'm not sure I do.
Yes.
You know, because if we draw attention to the new things, it contrasts the old things. So we want all the new things to blend as if they were made yesterday and you just kind of forgot about it.
Okay, can we have a look inside?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So, Adam, talk me through this.
Major difference, I mean, starting with the obvious, is that the transmission tunnel's been removed. And what that does is it lowers about 25% in the interior space because there's a big, huge amount of space that we're just not using. And so we flattened it, and it makes the little car, because Broncos aren't huge, much, much bigger, and you don't miss it. It's just like, it kind of felt like it should have been like that. We use this flat floor as much as we can. We ran a bunch of our cabling under the channels. A lot of the other things have been upgraded. We have a newly designed dash with a bit of an inset. The original ones didn't have this, but because everyone has cell phones now, it's sort of weird not to have it. We did a bamboo interior for this one. This is a sort of a white leather, but what's nice about the bamboo is it looks fresh and clean all the time.
Kind of got a Scandi feel to it.
Yeah, it makes it look new and modern, but at the same time, it never really abandons its classic feel. Like what I love is that sometimes people will say, I love the way they did bamboo and inlays back then. And I'm like, yeah, it's a classic, you know. They don't remember that it didn't have that. And that's kind of exactly our point. Like, we never really want to give up the fact that this is new and this is old. Another thing that's changed since that is we used to have manual transmissions and transfer cases. As nice as it was, the problem is that it really wasn't very efficient, and it's also hard to drive. So we now have an automatic transmission. It's all digital. We also, to keep the feeling of a transfer case, we added a digital transfer case. So if it's in neutral, if you're being towed, full high, just like a normal off-road 4x4, for both motors. If you want to drive just with one motor, you move that forward. It's a little bit more efficient.
So you can just choose.
Yeah, and if you're driving off-road, you can push them both to L, which is low, which gives you a little bit more resolution when you're climbing over rocks and things like that. Integrated center console is completely different now. Obviously, it's very flat. We keep all of our stuff in here, and there's kind of a secret document holder down in there, so you don't really see it. Same as before, we always want to hide anything that's technology that looks like it's not from this era.
Gotcha.
Right? So we have a head unit back here, which is connected to the backup camera, but we hide it. So we never want to announce it. The digital gauge cluster is an upgraded version of the one we had last time. Auto dimming sensor, rear view mirror, and all the same touch button before. The same finish on the outside's on the inside, so this is like a gunmetal finish. So it's very durable, you can't smudge it with fingerprints, so it can last for a very long time. And this whole thing is very modular, so like the old ones, the original, you can take this all apart, service it, and put it back together again.
What kind of people are buying these cars?
I think it's people that had this car in their childhood, and it represents something to them. It represents a part of their life that was important, an era that they want to remember, because these cars are going to be forgotten. And the other part of it is they also want that car, but not really suffer the technology of something from 50 years ago. You know, if you drive a classic pure, like the way it was back then, you know, your 0 to 60 is 40 seconds. Your steering is out of control at 65. It's kind of terrifying. It's not what you remember. So this is more like how they wanted to remember it, more of an idealized version of their past, but still allows them to use it as a daily driver.
Talking of driving, can I have a go?
Yeah, of course.
Now, beaches offer a very limited idea of what a car feels like on the road, so we took the Zero Labs out some very pretty Californian back roads to see if this Bronco was actually any good or just Instagram pretty. And it turns out this isn't your average upgrade.
It feels very stable, but what have we got in terms of motors and suspension and all that good stuff?
So compared to the last generation, which I think you drove in 2019, we realized the shortcomings of the old system, and so we upgraded everything, not to make it an electric version of the old car, but just to make it a better performing car for today, this era, because the conditions have changed, the speeds have changed, the way people drive has changed, so we made it work for that. This car is built on the latest generation of our platform, which is a fully integrated system with independent front and rear suspension, computer controlled rack and pinion, dampened for higher speeds.
Yeah, because if I turn this into this corner and go a little quicker, it actually handles. The steering's not precise, but the way that the car turns into a corner is actually a lot more positive, isn't it?
They're big, tall, off-center cars, so you know you have to take into account your center of gravity and your roll center. So what we did to fix all that is we made the battery directly in the center. So it's low center of gravity in between the two motors, which is really where you want any EV to be.
So how much horsepower and torque is this car making? And can you change it according to a customer preference, or is it sort of set?
I mean, out of the box, it is at 600 horsepower. But you know what we found from our clients driving is that was pretty terrifying. It was like a rocket on a jet ski. You know, it was just too much power for its base. So we dialed it back. We played with it a lot to get it really comfortable. So now it's more like a confident yacht. Where it sort of lets you know it can go fast, but it doesn't keep jerking ahead. It seems like I'm going there because I can, but not in a sort of desperate, jumpy way that's sort of twitchy, which is characteristic of a lot of new EVs. You know, it's still a classic car. It still has to have that sort of constrained elegance, and it's a comfort more than speed. So you find that balance of like, I want to know I can, but I don't really feel like I need to, like, you know, jump to light speed to get to a parking space. You know, you have the power if you need it to overtake on highway speeds.
Let's try it. I mean, if I just floor it, you know, that has got enough power to do an overtake quite happily, hasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, we've taken this car and other cars like it 120, 130, which is insane for like a car that's shaped like a dumpster.
The interesting thing here is that the Zero Labs electric Bronco is not actually a seamless, sterile electric car. Yes, there's only one speed, but there are high and low ratios for both motors, handy if you want to off-road, and you can disengage either motor for more efficiency via the levers in the centre console. There's a load of easy torque, but the car moves around, it breathes, it needs actual driving. If you just plant your foot and head for a corner, you'll crash it. But there's something extra special about using this electric car as a machine and not just a conveyance. It's more involved.
It's always about integrating, you know, future tech or next generation technology, and about user experience, about how these things feel. Now, a lot of people think of EVs as being dull and boring and just fast. It's not going to go around a corner at 900 miles an hour, but that's fine because I don't necessarily want to do it. How do you integrate tech and still have this kind of charm? Why doesn't it feel emotionless?
I mean, that's kind of the entire reason I created the company, right? It's really to find that balance between how do you know it's something that you respond to in the past that still makes you feel that, while at the same time not being limited by the technology that was created with. And how do you integrate what's best about the future, but not betray what era this car is part of? And so, you know, to me, this is essentially fits the definition of a time machine. It's something that allows you to travel back to the past and remember those feelings, remember that era, and the lines and the shapes and the forms and, you know, the lack of aerodynamics. But at the same time, you're also experiencing like a very advanced computer-assisted power system that is going to be more prominent in the future, and you can travel between those two eras. And it does mess with your head. Like, you drive these long enough and you're kind of confused, like, am I in the past, or is this the future, or is this the future of the past? Like, it's, you have this kind of beautiful tension between not really fully understanding what era you're in, but that's kind of its magic too. Like, you never want to betray that this is a full EV with a giant tablet and the word EV written on it. There's no betrayals whatsoever that this is an electric car. It never says it anywhere on the car. We've hidden all the screens except for the gauge cluster. We added all the functions and designs from the original gauge. Truthfully, if people had exactly what they remember from the past, they'd be pretty disappointed. And that's kind of how nostalgia works.
And nostalgia being such a powerful drug,
yeah,
the addiction sort of blurs the memory.
It does.
It's funny, this feels like a very mechanical car. I know that sounds weird to talk about an EV, but the steering isn't perfect. It's got a slight vagueness to it. The way the suspension works, it's quite a firm car, but I suppose that's to stop it going up on two wheels and killing you immediately. But there's a rhythm to it.
The movie Blade Runner, the first one, that had a huge influence on me as a kid. And it's because it wasn't all like Buck Rogers, everybody wears the same outfit. There's no such thing as zippers in the future. It's a blend of flying cars, and bikes. And it is that blend of like past and future kind of live together.
Old things don't disappear in the future.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I always think. It's not like we start again, there's no reset. You'll still have, you know, a history of things.
Honestly, I could talk to Adam for hours about, well, pretty much anything. But after a good stint driving this electric Bronco, it's hard not to be convinced if you're even vaguely interested in this sort of thing. Some people aren't, and that's fine. There are plenty of petrol-powered options, but Zero Labs have a unique attitude to what makes a car feel special. And that's not about panel gaps and 0 to 60 times. But then again, this kind of attention to detail doesn't come cheap. The Carbon Edition weighs in upwards of $450,000, which would make anyone cough.
I've driven several different kinds of serious resto mod over the past few years, and I've been completely convinced that they are my favourite kind of car, because they basically look like the cool old stuff, but they've got the performance and the reliability of new things. But this Zero Labs Ford Bronco is one step beyond. It's not a resto mod, it's a future mod, because it's got that vintage look, but next generation upgrades. The thinking here is sophisticated and subtle. There's a basic respect for the Ford Bronco that's then been shot through with technological passion. Yes, it is a little bit niche and it's quite expensive, but when you get to this level of quality, it's less about being a car and more about being a rolling piece of automotive artwork. And I think the world is a better place for it.
That, as I'm sure you know, is the new Toyota Land Cruiser. It's become a bit of a hero car for Top Gear recently. It's won our awards, it's a proper no-nonsense 4x4. There's even a waiting list for it in the UK. And yet out here in the US, that is $60,000. This, the Toyota 4Runner, is $40,000. Don't think that this is some sort of pretender, because both of these cars are built in the same factory, by the same people, on the same platform. They use the same engine, the same gearbox. So why is it such a bargain? And why do we get that one, but not this one? In this video, I thought we'd explore that. We're going to drive both of them, we're going to spend a load of time with them, have a good poke around, see what's what. I'm also going to catch a hideous cold and try not to die. And the first thing anyone who knows anything about Forerunners is thinking is, that's a TRD Sport, that's the wrong one, you should have got a Trail Hunter. The big butch one with the gnarly bumpers, the knobbly tyres, the trick suspension and the Jeep baiting attitude. But there is method in our mumsy madness. So we rang up Toyota and said, this Forerunner that we don't get, which one do you actually sell the most of? And it turns out that 30%, a third of people who buy Forerunners buy this model, which is like 48 grand, $48,000. And as for the Trail Hunter, 3%. 3% of the sales are that one. According to Toyota's official and incredibly deep customer research, a Forerunner buyer is younger than a Land Cruiser fan. They care less about the badge's history and the heritage. And a Land Cruiser buyer is a little bit older, lives near some off-road trails, and is crucially a lot more likely to ever take their truck off-road. A quarter of people who buy a Forerunner don't even spec four-wheel drive. The man from Toyota said, yeah, often this is a soccer mum car. Now there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting a big sturdy car, take your kids to school in, something super versatile, loads of space. But it's kind of funny because, yeah, I'd expected this thing to be this sort of gnarly trail conqueror, and actually, most of the time, people are just using it as a shopping cart. So why even offer the choice? Why not just sell a knockdown price Land Cruiser for people who don't care so much about overlanding? And then Toyota would only need to go to the trouble of making one car. Again, a lot of research has gone into this. And the scariest stat of all is that as recently as 2017, 4x4s and SUVs made up 60% of Toyota's US sales. All the sedans and hatchbacks together was only 40%. Fast forward to 2025, and it's predicted that SUVs and trucks are going to be 80% of Toyota's sales. And less than a fifth of its output will actually be car-shaped. I was told numbers like 16 million truck sales versus less than 3 million sedans. But the company still wants to offer the same amount of choice between models as it used to in the days of the sedan and the hatchback, hence why there are a lot of truck models. But, you know, this is based on a Tacoma, it's got a body-on-frame chassis, but it doesn't feel horribly truck-like to drive. It sort of straddles that line between being an SUV 4x4 and being a kind of unkillable truck. And look at this. You know, I'm on a not particularly smooth road right now. I've got one hand on the wheel and it's not jiggling around like certain pickup trucks, certain leaf-sprung pickup trucks would do. It's nice. I drove this from New York out here to Pennsylvania in one hit and had no fatigue, even though I felt like death warmed up. It wasn't difficult to drive. And it didn't beep and bong at me like European stuff. I'd have bought it just for that. Problems? Well, the engine is thrashy and sluggish, and customers aren't happy it's only a 4-cylinder. One owner I talked to said Toyota could pry his older V6 model from his cold, dead hands. The fake cheese grater vent in the bonnet, or the hood if you prefer, is a bit much. The roof bars create more wind noise than opening the windows entirely, and the rear doors are too small, so you always wipe dirt on your legs when you're climbing out. But I liked the Forerunner. How refreshing to not be in a pretentious car stuffed with annoying technology. And now, for its big brother. Okay, so life in the Land Cruiser. You'd expect this to feel night and day more sophisticated, wouldn't you? Because this starts at $60,000. This starts where the top end Forerunners kind of tail off. And it does in a lot of ways, but there is some stuff that I didn't expect the Land Cruiser to trip up on. Stuff like the engine, okay? Now, in the UK and in Europe, we only get this car with a 2.8 litre turbo diesel and it's industrial and it's agricultural and it's comes close to spoiling the car, really. I thought that coming to the US and trying it with the iForce Max, which sounds like, I don't know, a kind of SWAT team run by Tim Apple, that this would solve that this would be the powertrain the car had always deserved, blah, 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 but really, kind of no. It's still quite rough, and there's noticeably more vibration through the bulkhead, through the firewall between, you know, the engine room, if you like, down there, and you in here, than there is in the 4Runner. Feels like that should be the other way around. I mean, look, I'm in this cabin with soft touch materials, a nice leather steering wheel, all this brown leather and contrast stitching, and a very soft and supple seat. There's lots and lots of subtle touches telegraphing to me that I'm in a more premium, upmarket, grown-up kind of car. But the engine doesn't seem to have got the memo, and particularly when it's cold, it is rough as a badger's arse.
Definitely more spacious than the 4Runner though, and engine grumbles aside, it's a lot more refined and rides with more maturity and more composure. What you're getting here then is, well, more two cars in one. I was just about to go on praising the Land Cruiser for its grown-up interior when...
Look, I've got buttons for heated and cooled seats, buttons for climate control, but you get a lot of this with sophistication. You get bonging. That one's bonging me to tell me to look where I'm going, but I was looking at the controls over here. I wasn't even looking at the camera, so shut up. Then you got all this gubbins down here as well. I've got locking centre diff, locking rear diff. I've got my disconnectable stabilizer bar, which gives you that massively more axle articulation, you know, real serious off-roading stuff. That I've got something called DAC crawl. I've got something called MTS, shut up. I've got multiple drive modes down here on a different selector. And then of course I've got my high range and my low range four-wheel drive. So yeah, this is coming fully kitted out with buttons that I guess are all blanks in the 4Runner because it wasn't the top spec car. And I know that you can make a 4Runner go just as far as one of these off-road. But like I was saying, the difference is that Toyota says most people just don't bother. It's a very, very small niche audience that do, but actually it's Land Cruiser owners who are much more likely to live within like 30 miles of off-road trails, who are much more likely to take their car off-road. They're also, crucially, which is weird, given this is more expensive, Land Cruiser owners are statistically a lot more likely to modify their car to make it even gnarlier off-road. Wouldn't have thought that, would you? You'd have thought you'd buy the kind of cheaper base car and then rip it to bits and add the accessories, but no. In the States, this is the one that people buy to get muddy, to get dirty, to get stuck, to get winched out, and then to go and do it all again next weekend. I like it though, I like it up here. Like the slightly Lexusified, more luxury interior, but doesn't feel difficult to operate. I like that I have that sense of adventure that I do in a Land Rover Defender, but with none of the it's going to break down any minute anxiety.
So, are we missing out by not getting the 4Runner in the UK? I'd love to say yes, but in truth, anyone who wants a boxy family SUV that'll never off-road over here can just buy a RAV4, which is a bit smaller, has a chance of fitting into one of our parking spaces, and is a lot more refined than the 4Runner. I'll tell you what though, a couple of days driving around in something that didn't bong, didn't flash up driving hints and tips, and just left me alone to meander through the wilderness, proved all over again that even humdrum cars can be brilliant when they just get on with being great at the simple stuff.